And I extend my warm welcome to Dr. P.V. Varaprasad, Director, Sustainable Intensifications Innovation Lab, Kansas State University, to kindly occupy the stage. I also request the other panelists, Dr. Vinod Kumar Singh, Director, ICAR CRIDA, to kindly occupy the seat on the stage, sir. I request Dr. Sheikh N. Meera, Director, ICAR Atari Hyderabad, to kindly occupy the seat on the stage, please. I next request Dr. B.D. Biradar, Director Research, US Dharwad, to kindly come onto the stage. Dr. Venkatesh Bhatt, Director, Nutri Hub ICAR IIMR. Dr. Tamerlin Mark, Senior Scientist CIMMET, to kindly come onto the stage. And Dr. Hari Prasanna, Principal Scientist ICAR IIMR, to kindly join the stage for the panel discussion. The session highlights the advanced crop improvement technologies to enhance dryland productivity and adaptability of millets in creating climate-resilient farming, food security, and environmental sustainability. Our Senior Scientist CIMMET, to kindly come onto the stage, and Dr. Hari Prasanna, Principal Scientist ICAR IIMR, to kindly join the stage for the panel discussion. The session highlights the advanced crop improvement technologies to enhance dryland productivity and adaptability of millets in creating climate-resilient farming, food security, and environmental sustainability. Our Senior Scientist CIMMET, to kindly come onto the stage, and Dr. Hari Prasanna, Principal Scientist ICAR IIMR, to kindly join the stage for the panel discussion. The session highlights the advanced crop improvement technologies to enhance dryland productivity and adaptability of millets in creating climate-resilient farming, food security, and environmental sustainability. So to begin with, we'll start with the panel discussion on challenges in crop improvement for productivity enhancement. So I kindly request the chair and co-chair to kindly take over the session, please. Our Senior Scientist CIMMET, to kindly come onto the stage.
Am I audible?
And Dr. Hari Prasanna, Principal
So
Scientist
welcome
ICAR
in the
IIMR,
first technical
kindly
session
join
of
the
this
stage for the panel discussion.
conclave. We have 5 panelists today and 2 keynote presentations. Because now sessions delayed inordinately,
dryland productivity
so some kind of change will have,
in creating
and panel
farming,
discussion will
food
take first,
security,
and subsequently we'll go for the keynote presentation.
So
2 presentations will follow.
We'll start with the panel
and
discussion
first I
on
invite
challenges in crop
Dr. Vicky
improvement
Singh.
for productivity enhancement.
Please.
So I kindly request the
time,
chair and co-chair to kindly take over the session, please. Our Senior Scientist
Time 5 minutes hai.
to kindly come onto the stage.
Am I audible?
Thank you very much, sir.
Dr. Hari Prasanna,
I'm
Principal
thankful to
Scientist
organize
ICAR
this
IIMR,
opportunity.
to kindly join the stage for the panel
I will
discussion.
be mainly focus on the role
we
of
have
millets
5 panelists
in climate
today
resilient agriculture and how to
2
increase
keynote
the
presentations.
production profitability
Because
in
now
dryland
sessions
situations is the main
delayed
theme of this program.
inordinately.
We all know that
So
millets
some
are
kind of change will have,
in creating
and
very much resilient for
discussion
any
will take
kind of
first,
extreme,
and
particularly
subsequently
for
we'll go
drought.
for the keynote
But at the same
presentation.
time,
2 presentations will
productivity
follow.
of
with the panel
And
discussion
first
most
I
of the millets are
invite
very, very
Dr. Vicky Singh.
for productivity
One of the
enhancement.
study
Please.
So I kindly
conducted
request
by
the chair and
all
co-chair to
across the
kindly take
country,
over the
we
session,
find
please.
that
Our senior scientist
there
will
is
Time
a
5 minute
key
hai.
gap of
kindly
Thank you
come
so
onto the
much.
stage.
300%.
Am I audible?
Thank you very
And
much,
Dr.
sir, for
Harsha Sinha,
thankful
Principal
to our
Scientist,
existing
ICAR,
and potentially
to kindly join the stage for the panel discussion.
mainly focus. That means on the
we
role
have,
somewhere we lack in
millets
management
finalists
practices
today
resilient
and,
agriculture, which
and
hinders
how to increase
keynote
the
presentations,
the
constant which
profitability
hinders
because
the
Highlights
productivity. We are not
advanced
at the
crop
same
improvement
theme of this program.
technologies,
in
to
auditing.
enhance
We all know
dryland
that
productivity
millets are
and
factor
artificial
in dryland
millets in creating
and
very much
climate-friendly
resilient
farming,
for any
food
kind of
security,
extreme,
and
particularly
environmental
drought.
sustainability.
The moisture
the
management,
keynote
but at the same
presentation.
time,
So
Two
to begin
there is
with,
presentations
several
will
to
follow.
start with the panel
I will
discussion
say
First,
most of
on
the
challenges
major
in
very,
crop
Dr.
improvement
Vicky
for
important
productivity
aspect. One of these we
enhancement.
deal with is
One
study
is-
So I kindly
conducted
request
by
the
moisture
chair and
management.
co-chair to
And
kindly
another
take over
we
the
find
session,
that
please. Our senior
there
scientist
is
will
developed
several
Millets
machines
kindly
in
come
our
onto the
dryland
stage.
program.
Am I audible?
Such as
Thank you very much,
Dr.
sir, for
Harsha
Sinha,
Sinha,
Principal
one of
Scientist,
existing
ICAR,
and potentially
kindly join the stage for the panel discussion.
country very that means on the role
somewhere
in southern India
millets
and
finalists
central India
today
and
and,
Maharashtra,
and
how
how
to
to
increase
keynote
the
presentation
constant profitability.
that sort of
Because
productivity
Highlights
we are not
sessions
at
advanced
the
crop
relate
improvement
the same
technologies,
time.
in
to
auditing.
enhance
We are
dryland
not
productivity
millets are
and
factor
artificial
in
millets
dryland
in
for
creating
very much
climate-friendly
resilient
farming,
for any
food
that
security,
in
and
particular
environmental
by
sustainability.
the moisture
Keynote
management at the same
presentation.
time.
Two
To begin
presentations
with,
will
to
follow.
start with the panel
Particularly
discussion
most
on
of the major
challenges in
another
crop
Dr. Vicky
improvement for
important
productivity
aspect particularly we
enhancement.
deal with
Please.
So I kindly
by
request the chair
moisture
and
management.
co-chair to
And
kindly
another
take over
we
the
find
session.
that
capability to
Senior
track
there is
scientist
several
will
machines
kindly
in
come
our
onto the
dryland
stage.
program.
Thank you very much, sir,
Dr.
for
Harsha
the
Sinha, Principal
One of
Scientist,
existing
ICAR,
and potentially
to kindly join the stage for the panel discussion.
Similarly, areas where somewhere in extreme rainfall situation due to climate change is happening on because in climate change amount of rainfall is same, but the number of rainy days are decreasing. So whatever the moisture is going out of the field are that has to be trapped in farm ponds. So water harvesting in farm pond that we can't
To start with the panel discussion on challenges in crop improvement for productivity enhancement. So I kindly request the chair and co-chair to kindly take over the session.
any
Senior
there is
scientist
several
will
machines
kindly
in
come
our
onto the stage.
Thank you very much, sir, for one of existing and potentially
Kindly join the stage for the panel discussion.
areas where somewhere in extreme rainfall situation due to climate change is happening. And I would like because in climate change, which can amount of rainfall is same, but the productivity of number of rainy days are decreasing. So whatever the moisture is going out of the field, another important aspect I wanted to tell be trapped in most of the varieties except in millet water harvesting in farm pound. The other millets we don't
To start with the panel discussion on challenges in crop improvement for productivity enhancement. So I kindly request the chair and co-chair to kindly take over the session.
Economic management practices. Those play a better role for enhancing the productivity of millets. For example, in sorghum, the putting integrated nutrient management practices, integrated weed management practices, integrated disease management practices had 140 to 150% higher productivity than the farmers get. Farmers generally get 1.5 to 2 ton, but it can go up to 3 ton or more than that in case of sorghum. So that kind of management practices, best economic management practices can play a greater role for enhancing the productivity. We all know that millets are less input requiring, and that notion many times leads us poor productivity. So the recent few study indicates if you go for example, nutrition based on the soil test, what are the deficient nutrients if you put in right proportion into the soil as per crop demand, that gives a very good yield. And it's not only favors the yield, but it favors the economics also, because a small amount of micronutrient can provide a huge increase in yield. Not in yield, overall quality of produce is also increases. Since we are talking about value chain, marketing, byproducts, secondary products, in that case, the quality is also important. So different quality parameters also improves once you go for balance and site-specific nutrition. So that management practice has already well tested, and that has to be taken to the real farming situation. I would like to mention here, we talk a lot, but real field situation, the quality seed availability is also a big concern. Once we provide the seed, certainly area and productivity both will increase. Here, some approaches or other crops which were taken, the seed hub approach, are making infrastructure which can increase the productivity, overall production of seed. And once it will be available, certainly the overall the productivity and availability of these millets will be increasing. Also, if you compare the economics of other cereals like rice, wheat, maize, with these the millets, it is many times we find the economics is not favoring to the millets. So government, of course, government is supporting a lot, but better MSP if it is provided, certainly that will be also cause of boon for the economics of the farmers growing the millets. Now, the last point I wanted to put, millet should not thought of only one crop. It should be a part of the system. The parts of the system, it can be put it anywhere. The millets, there are different kind of millets, and there are a lot of opportunity exist. Some millets can be grown even the summer season, some can Rabi season, some in Kharif season. So where your system allows, I will quote the example, some of the state where rice fallow system exists. Millet can be taken in those areas, and those millets, not only production, the production chain has to be linked with the schemes. I have seen the pandals in the Odisha millet mission. Similar missions can also boost once you put in the system, availability is there, and government support the policies for different missions that will take forward to the production of these millets in a larger way in the country. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. V.K. Singh. Now I invite Dr. Sheikh Meera. Please take 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a great opportunity to share few thoughts about how to strategize the large-scale adoption of millets across the country, which also benefits the smallholder farmers. Maybe 2 minutes on what we have been doing, sir, through KVKs, and then 3 minutes I would like to give 4 or 5 critical thought processes. I represent Zone 10 of Agriculture Technology Application Research Institute, in which I am coordinating 72 Krishi Vigyan Kendras. In my catchment area, there are around large pockets of millet growing area spanning across 8.97 hectares, which is one of the largest. And 46 KVKs have the mandate. Is a great opportunity to share and few thoughts about how to strategize the large-scale adoption of millets districts across the country, which also benefits the smallholder. I just wanted to showcase 2 minutes on what we have been doing, important the millets through KVKs. And in the public sector, I would like to give 4 or 5 critical. 119 new varietal, I represent Zone 10 of last couple of years application research institute, with around 560 frontline demonstrations covering 220 hectares. In my catchment area, 3,000 there are around farm youth directly connected to millets. Pockets of millets are built area spanning across lots of 7 hectares. Entrepreneurial opportunities provided, and 46 KVKs have the mandate. Is a great opportunity to share. As far as primary processing is concerned, how to strategize farmers, the largest organizations nurtured and mentored by our KVKs, which also benefits the farmers. I just wanted millets grown on what primary process the millets could benefit the smallholder farmers. Not only the final which I wanted to highlight. 119, but whether production alone, productivity alone is going to benefit the entire with around 500 something frontline demonstration kendras. We have lots of islands of wisdom, 3,000 lots of success stories, youth, in terms of large pockets of few unique success stories. Also few companies doing exceeding 7 hectares. And also few farmers getting benefit out of millet cultivation. But we need to streamline these success stories into the mainstream institutionalize the intervention. Farmers towards that end, I'd like to propose and mentored by all have been discussing about millets for last 5 years. I just wanted millets to the international and what primary process of millets could benefit the small within the given time. Point number 1 is that have we really mapped temporally and spatially what are the best fit areas? 3,000 lots of success stories, youth, in terms of large pockets of few unique success stories. Millets are concerned. Also few companies doing what are those millets? And also few what is that area getting benefit how much is the seed 46 kV, but we need to what kind of capacity success stories until unless we mainstream institutionalize the intervention. Farmers who are working like to propose strategize. Point number 2 is when it comes to the production aspects, as rightly pointed out by Dr. V.K. Singh, the seed is going to be the major constraint. And we have very good success story of cluster frontline demonstrations on oil seeds, CFLDs on pulses, and seed hub concept, which was promoted across more than 169 KVKs. When you want to build the semi-formal seed systems with the farmers and farmers seed production associations, KVKs can play an important role along with the National Agriculture Research System. So I'd like to recommend this point number 2 is without strong seed systems, whether it is formal, semi-formal through farmers producers organizations, we cannot make much dent. If that is the case, are we prepared to work on the supply side and demand side, economics and the physics of the seed production? Point number 3 is within the production, when we say it is a climate resilient ecosystem which we wanted to build with millets, are we prepared to reach farmers and farmers seed production associations, which will make KVKs can play an important role along with resilient National Agriculture Research System. The next thing I'd like to recommend this point number 2 is cultivating. Without strong seed systems, whether it is formal, semi-formal, point number farmers producers organization, we have success stories of connecting marketing. If that is the case, individual are we prepared to work few farmers associations, the supply side and there is demand side, paradigm, economics, and we need to actually aggregate the seed production. The demand. Point number 3 is state level, within the production when we say it is a climate resilient ecosystem which we want to build areas where we should be focusing. Are we prepared next 2 or 3 years farmers so that all our concerted efforts will be focused into those areas where the millets are best fit to be cultivated? This kind of organized effort will also give us an opportunity. I know that if it is 120 days duration variety or 80 days, 90 days duration variety, the moment sowing is done. With the GPS coordinates, I would get to know what are all the pockets, what are the GPS points where harvest is likely to happen 80 days from now. Well in advance, we can plan the pre-processing, processing, maybe post-processing handling. This is something which I really feel that we are not doing, sir. Finally, advanced use of digital technologies. Digital and millets, they might not have gone hand in hand in last few years, but it is high time we should be working on even the traceability mechanisms of where a particular millet is cultivated, where the millet is pre-processed, primary processed, secondary processed, and then where it is going onto the tables of the consumers. Until unless we have that kind of paradigm shift, doing the right thing will always be wrong. With this, maybe like more to make interventions, but because of the paucity of time, thank you very much, sir. Handling.
Dr. Meera,
This is something
thank you very
which
much
I
for
really
making
feel
very,
that
very
we are
important
not doing,
points.
sir.
Dr. B.D. Biradar. Dr. Biradar? No, not. Dr. Biradar is not there. Then we'll move to Dr. Venkatesh Bhatt. Dr. Bhatt, take 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. And this is from a crop improvement perspective. Starting with the 2 points Dr. V.K. Singh told. One is about the hybrids in millets, and another one is how the millets fit in the farming system. So these things basically have to do with the, say, hybrids. Then we need to have a method of creating hybrids, and also we need to have a heterosis, which is of commercial value. And second one is about adaptation. So based on adaptation of millets, where they fit, and what is whether it is economically sustainable, and whether the cropping system is favorable for the millets. Sir, when we look at these millets, some of the important traits for which we need to work on are in major millets, it is disease and pest resistance, and increasing shelf life in case of pearl millet. And in case of small millets, it's about heterosis, as you told, and maybe fertilizer responsiveness, and also we have not profiled all of germplasm, and we have limited germplasm, so we have limited variation. So we have two approaches. One is to have a geno variability, whether it is economically sustainable, or whether the cropping system is favorable for the millet. Alien integration by whatever methods they can be applied. When we look at these millets, some of the important traits for which we need to work on are in major millets, it is disease and pest resistance, and increasing shelf life in case of pearl millet. And in case of small millets, it's about little success heterosis, as you told, that is one important fertilizer responsiveness. And then we have to not profile all of germplasm, and we have limited germplasm, so we have limited variation. So we have two approaches. One is to have a geno variability, whether it is economically sustainable, how do we really increase it? Whether the cropping system is favorable for the millet, or you have some other methods where they can be applied. Then these input millet, some of the important factors for which we need to work on. By any major millets, they are saturation varieties, and even increasing celebration varieties. There are some, and in case of small millets, have had put up little success heterosis, but then there is one important responsiveness. And so with this, we have to another thing all of germplasm, and we have limited germplasm, so we have limited variation. So we have 9 millets in India, have two approaches. So one is to have a very low research point of view, another one is from policy point of view. How do we really increase that whether millets have more area in fertilizer responsiveness, or you have some other method or something which we had input millet, some of the important factors we need to work on. Challenges are small millets, major millets, they are saturation varieties, and invest more in small millets varieties, where more, and in small millets have had little success heterosis as a major one, and maybe private industry, and then we have having understanding all of them, and we have limited millets. So what is going to be our strategy? And so it is basically to our research management and also our policy makers to decide. But So these are the main challenges which I feel can be highlighted now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatt. Thank you for making very important points. Now I invite Dr. Tamerlin Mark from CIMIT.
Thank you, sir. So maybe I will frame my perspectives based on plant breeding and genetics. So let's state the problem, which is climate change, and I think we're all in agreement that these crops are very well suited and placed to address climate change. And I would like to share probably three areas from which we can address this, working hand in hand. The first would be there should be customer-focused R&D and deployment systems for these crops. Second, we should be adopting modern plant breeding methods and practices and concepts. And third, I would like to echo that there should be a very robust seed systems on these crops. So now I would like to expound on these three. First, of course, for when we say customer focused, we have to the first things that come into my mind would be addressing the market segments that we have. I think in India you have, if we take wheat as an example, we do have a very a very robust market segmentation for it. For example, based on protein composition, we have wheat for chapati, for bread, and for noodles. I think we can also adopt this on millets based on the customer requirements. And I can also mention so I'm based in Kenya in Nairobi, and I'm working on sorghum and millets in Africa. So I can mention in that we have so market segmentations. These are very new concepts in that part of the world. So we have in the past few months we have created market segmentations by working with national partners. So we do have white sorghum for food and so on. So this and finger millet for food, finger millet for brewing. So these market segments would really appropriate resources for R&D. So if we can know which customers to focus on. Okay, then second would be the adoption of modern breeding concepts. I think IIMR, ICRSAT traditionally are very strong on these areas. They've really done a very good job on plant breeding. I'll take an example. In Africa, the average age of varieties of millets is 15 years. So as a plant breeder, this is really very old. So farmers are planting old varieties. In order to address climate change, we need to deploy varieties very quickly, because in my opinion, varieties that are bred in the present era will be more suited to adapt to the climate in the present era. So we need to adapt all the components of genetic gain, faster breeding cycles, and so on. I think we can discuss this at length in many plant breeding forums. But in order to deploy climate resilient varieties, aside from focusing on traits, we also need to focus on some of these quantitative genetics principles. And then third, seed systems, definitely it's very important. We have the products of plant breeding should reach the farmers, should reach the consumers in a timely and efficient manner. So I could probably mention that one very good example that I know is the rice system back in the Philippines. So in faster breeding cycles, funded by a 3 billion peso. We can discuss this $4 billion in 4 billion rupee. Many plant breeding 3 billion peso fund where they were able in order to modern varieties, climate resilient varieties. Aside from it's a very efficient. We also need to focus on I've seen some of these quantitative genetics in a national program. And then third, probably we can adapt seed systems. Definitely, is very important. We have also in Africa the products of very needed. And with regards to hybrid, I would say that CIMIT in Africa is prepared to work with IIMR, with ICRISAT and with the private companies if we are open to bring the technologies to hybrid. And I think the first expertise that is needed to be built there is seed production capabilities. So I would be really very open anytime during the conference to discuss this with anyone who's interested. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mark. Now in the panel, we have one more name, Dr. Hari Prasanna from
Yeah.
IIMR, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And the topic is challenges in crop improvement for climate resilience. So I'll talk more specifically about small millets because from the breeder's perspective, the small millets have much more challenges compared to the major millets. And these are the crops which have suffered maximum casualty in the last 60 to 70 years because the contribution of small millets to the food basket in India was around 5.2% in the 1961 to 65, which has come down to about 0.7% now. Okay, so compared to other millets here, the genetic gains, except in case of finger millet, because the group of small millets comprises of about 6 to 7 small millets. So in this finger millet or the ragi is a major partner which has more than 70% of the area as well as production. So coming specifically to the specific challenges which these small millets face from the breeder's point of view. So as I already mentioned, the genetic gains are lower in these crops, whereas in case of finger millet, the yield improvement over the last 50 years is about 170%, whereas in case of other small millets, it is about 110% only, means just slightly above doubling of the yield levels. And the major reason being there is lack of recombination breeding or the recombination breeding. Proper crossing techniques are largely lacking in case of some small millets compared to other major millets like pearl millet or sorghum, right? Then another important aspect is less variability in case of crops like kodo millet or proso millet. Though we have good germplasm collection, but the variability which can be exploited is low. Then also use of germplasm, because the recombination breeding is difficult. The extent of germplasm which is used in crop improvement is much lower, and what is the use of a wild species is further lower in case of small millets. Then with respect to maturity, so there is a problem of non-uniform maturity because these are all crops which have tillering, unlike pearl millet or sorghum, where we are preferring only a single kernel. So as there will be tillering, lot of tillering. So maturity differs between the main tillers and the side tillers. So if we wait for the entire crop to mature, then there will be lot of shattering will be there, which again causes loss in the yield and decrease in the productivity. And end of season moisture stress. So though most of these small millets are short duration crops, but there are crops like finger millet, for example, which is about 115 to 120 days. And whenever there is end of season moisture stress, it affects the grain quality, means the size of the grain will be affected. And once the grain of the size is affected, it also affects the processing recovery. So in that way, it affects not only the yield level, but also the final economic output from the crop. Then there are biotic stresses factors like in case of finger millet, blast is an important disease which causes about 20 to 30% damage. Then in case of kodo millet, there are diseases like smut and sheath blight. So these are some of the challenges. Then seed replacement, already Dr. Meera talked about this one. The seed replacement rate is very poor because these are all self-pollinated crops. The farmers are only going for their own farm-saved seeds, not the certified seed. And the need of processing is another important aspect. Now coming specifically to the challenges for recombination breeding, why it is difficult compared to the major millets. So as you know, these are all highly autogamous, means they are highly adapted to the self-pollination, right? And the estimated natural outcrossing is hardly 1 to 4%, and that too not a regular feature. Very rarely we can have. Then because of the very small spikelet size, it is hardly 1 to 2 mm in size. So hand emasculation, hybridization, it is not possible. And also the specific type of spikelet arrangement, there will be in clustered appearance, then multiple florets within a spikelet like finger millet. So the manipulation through hand emasculation is very difficult here. And also the florets are very delicate in case of codo millet. Once we go for any mechanical manipulation, the entire panicle dries up. So this is also one thing. Then the pollen load is very low, very small anthers. Then the spikelet opening, it also differs from crop to crop, and it is highly dependent upon the environmental conditions, the temperature, relative humidity, and the anthesis behavior is so strange that most of the anthesis takes place early in the morning, 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock, and by morning 7 to 8 o'clock, every process will be over. So once we reach the field to make any genetic manipulation, what we see is already open flowers and dried flowers. So this is one challenge. So in order to address this recombination breeding, a lot of techniques have been developed, starting from hand emasculation, then some hot water treatment, polybag method, then the contact method. But still, there is a lot of improvement needs to be take place for enhancing the crossing percentage. And yeah, with that, I think I will close it.
Thank you, Hari Prasanna. Now we have one more panelist who was supposed to join in other session, but since he's here virtually, so I invite Mr. Hafiz Muminja now. Hafiz is the global coordinator in FAO and looking at the program of One Country, One Product. Hafiz, are you able to listen to me?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mr. Hafiz, are you able to listen to me?
Yes, can you hear me, please? Can you hear me?
We are not able to hear you, Hafiz.
But I am talking your system. Maybe you check your system. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we are able to hear you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for this opportunity.
Please.
Now, it's fine, yes? Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I would like, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me, please?
I would like
we are
to.
able to hear you.
Can
I
you
would
hear
like
me?
Yeah,
to.
Mr. Hafiz, are you able to listen to me?
Yes, can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very much. Please talk.
I would like to thank the organizers for inviting.
I'm talking your system. Maybe you check your system.
It is all right now. Hafiz, it's all right.
Yes, I'm talking.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very much. Now we are able to hear you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for this opportunity.
Please.
It's fine, yes? Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I would like, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers. Yes, I am here. Can you hear me, please? I would like to
hear you.
Today I would like to present the One Country, One Product initiative of FAO.
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, very much. Please talk.
I would like to thank the organizers for inviting. I'm talking your system. Maybe check your system.
It is all right now. Hafiz, it's all right.
Yes, I'm talking. Can you hear me?
Yes, very much. Now we are able to hear you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for this opportunity.
Please.
It's fine, yes? Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I would like, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers. Yes, I am here. Can you hear me, please? I I would like to hear you. Today I would like to present the One Country, One Product initiative of IPU.
Yes.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, very much. Please talk.
I would like to thank the organizers for inviting. I'm talking your system. I will maybe check your system.
It is all right now. Hafiz, it's all
Yes,
right.
I'm talking. Can you hear me?
Yes, very much. Now we are.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for this opportunity. It's fine, yeah? Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I would like, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers. Yes, I am here. Can you hear me? I would like to
Hear you.
today I would like to present the country one product initiative of
Hello.
IPU.
Yes.
Yes. So we'll have to
Okay.
disconnect Hafiz from here, and please disconnect. Okay. Now already the 6 panelists, they have already made their viewpoints, and 2 keynote addresses are there. But in between, I will be leaving, and Dr. D.K. Yadav will again join here. So before I leave, I also would like to make my viewpoints very clear here. The panelists, they have made it very clear. A few points which are very, very important. If our understanding is limited only up to germplasm improvement or varietal improvement and productivity and production, probably with that will not be able to take up the millets at the global level, and also will be failing if we limiting ourselves to this much. Some more things, like for this session particularly, you have picked a word drylands. When you say drylands, you are referring to an ecosystem. When you talk of ecosystem, then every ecosystem has boundaries. Within that ecosystem boundary only, we have to think what is possible for promotion of millets. Sustainable soil management could be one area. Similarly, since these are the drylands and mostly rain-fed, so sustainable water and in situ water management, rainwater management could be yet another important aspect where the production and productivity of millets or Nutri cereals will be depending on. Third most important aspect of drylands, the important feature now, although we say that all the Nutri cereals and millets, they are climate resilient, but still, if you see the ecosystem, it's highly vulnerable to climate changes. And therefore, we should have robust contingency plans available with us for delayed monsoon, for timely sowing, for maximum use of available moisture, and also the kind of methods we use for cultivation. I mean, crop geometry, irrigation methods, planting methods, all small things, small interventions, but they are of great use and importance. So all these things needs to be coupled together, and then within the drylands or within the rain-fed system, we need to have a different kind of adjustment so that we can go for selected millets in selected patches. What I mean to say is niche millets in niche areas. You cannot promote everything everywhere. And therefore, the point which was made by Dr. Meera that we should have mapping of the hotspots. We cannot promote millets everywhere in India, central part of Indo-Gangetic plains or any other parts for that matter, or irrigated systems, or even in coastal systems. So we have to find out what exactly we want to promote and where exactly we want to promote. So this type of hotspot mapping is required. Although we are talking of best land use plan all across the country, but despite of 70, 80 years efforts, we could not come up with any land use policy in this country. Therefore, it would be apt to have mapping those areas where millets can be promoted. So these are a few points. Now, again, we'll coming to the mainstream of this session. First, I would like to invite Dr. Tara Satyavati for her keynote presentation. Come up with any land
Very
use
good
policy
afternoon,
in this country.
sir. Thank you for giving me the
Therefore, it would be
opportunity to give my
apt
keynote
to
address.
have
Can I have my
mapping
presentation?
those areas where millets can be promoted. So these are a few points.
Yeah, the topic
Again, we'll
to talk
coming to the
advanced
mainstream of this session.
technologies for high
First,
product-
I would like to invite
Just now we
Dr. Tara Satyavati
discussion,
for her
panelists
keynote
have given their
presentation.
viewpoints on how to go about one in case of small millets and then sorghum, pearl millet, and also how to have the agronomic management practices to increase production and productivity levels. Now, when I speak from this podium in this regard, just for the information, we know that there are different kinds of millets, major millets and minor
Come up
millets.
with any
and,
land
very
use
good
policy
afternoon,
in this
sir.
country.
Thank you for giving me
Therefore,
pearl
it
millet,
would be
sorghum, and
apt
finger millet, keynote
to
address.
have
Can I have my
mapping
presentation?
those
90%
areas
of the total
where
millet
millets
area,
can
followed
be
by minor
promoted.
millets like foxtail,
So
for the millet.
these are a few points.
Yeah, the topic
Again, we'll
talk
coming to the
advanced 5%
mainstream of this
technologies
session.
for high
First,
production.
I would
All
like
of
to
you know
invite
that the government of India has been
Dr.
in
Tara
discussion
Satyavati for her keynote
their
presentation.
viewpoints on how to go about. And Honorable Prime Minister have rebranded them as sorghum, pearl millet, and also. And if you look into the global millet have the agronomic management practices, the total area under millet production is 74 million hectares with a production of 89.17 in this regard million metric tons. And 90% is coming from both just for the information. And India contributes to 20% of the total millet production.
Come up with any land
Very
use
good
policy
afternoon.
in
And
this
if you
country.
see, thank you for giving
Therefore, it would be
the
apt
productivity
to have
of India. Can I have a
mapping
presentation
those
of
areas
the total
where
growing
millets
areas? You
can
can
be
see minor
promoted.
millets like
So
for the millet in
these are
India.
a few points.
The average the topic
Again, we'll
per
coming
hectare
to the
productivity is
mainstream of this
around
session.
2. And
First, I would
all
like
of
to
you know
invite
that the government of India has been
Dr.
in
Tara
discussion,
Satyavati for her keynote
their
presentation.
viewpoints on how to go about. And Honorable Prime Minister have rebranded them as sorghum, pearl millet, and also. And if you look into the global millet have the agronomic management practices, the total area under millet production in India. Now the total when I speak from this model with the production of million metric tons, and 90% is coming from both just for the information per hectare. And India and India is the topmost producer
Come up
for
with
barnyard
any
millet.
land
Very
use
good
policy
afternoon.
in
And
this
if you
country.
see, thank you for
Therefore, it would be apt
the major
to
millet
have
growing states India are
mapping those areas
total
where
growing
millets
areas. We
can
follow
be
the minor
promoted.
millets like this.
So
For the millet in
these are
India
a few
and the
points.
average. When you look at the
Again, we'll
area production,
coming
the
to the
productivity is
mainstream
somewhere
of this
around
session.
2. And
First,
the
I would like
area
to
you know
invite
that just now we had
Dr. Tara Satyavati for her keynote presentation.
viewpoints on how to go about. In spite of decline in area, if you see the production has increased. And if you look into the global millet productivity has the total area in spite of decrease in area, now the total when I speak from this productivity also has regard million metric tons and 90% coming about that just for the information. And if you look into the and India is the topmost producer for barnyard millet. Very good afternoon. Compared to wheat, rice, maize. And see the major production states India are
those areas
in 98 and UK, 89, 97, 98 to 2000. And the average. When you look at the area enhancing the productivity across spices, millets, and pearl millets in the area has just now we are in wheat, rice, maize,
for her
peanut,
keynote presentation.
viewpoints and but in spite of decline in area, if you see the production has increased. And if you look into the productivity, and if you see the total production levels in spite of decrease in area, significant production in production and productivity also has been that is 467 we are able to just for the there is about 100 and India and the India in sorghum reduced vulnerability and reduced compared to wheat, rice, maize. And see the major production with this information in the background now we are trying to how to improve the productivity of millets in India and the productivity enhancement also is the promotion millets and pearl millets internationally of millets and awareness and drive demand. It is a big challenge in front of all of decline in and in India the production has improvement is being done through the productivity and if you see the total production level by in spite of decrease in area, significant production in production and productivity also has been declined from 3467 we are able to research centers located all over there is about 100 and this scheme is a multi in sorghum component science and which compared to wheat, rice, millet research. The major production with this information in the background now we are trying to how to improve the productivity of millets in India and the productivity enhancement also is the promotion millets and pearl millets internationally awareness and drive demand. It is a big Dr. Hari also has said all of us also has and in India the identify the task of improvement is being done through the productivity that we need to identify the production level by so in spite of all the four area I know the production then we need to develop the profile and all there is about 100 and I think that is what mark is a multi in sorghum component and which compared to wheat, rice, millet and see the major production with this information in the background now and in the 200 and millets in India and the productivity enhancement also and then promotion millets and pearl millets Dr. Hari also has said all of us also has and in India the identify the task of improvement is being done through the productivity that we need to identify the production level by so in spite of all the area I know the production and just now then we need to develop and all there is about 100 and I think that is what mark is a multi in sorghum component and which compared to wheat, rice, millet and see the major production with this information in the background now in the 200 standardization of the productivity enhancement also and then promotion millets and
Overall scenario of millets in the country and how to go ahead, particularly for genetic enhancement and outscaling the varieties, upscaling the variety. Thank you. I think if some questions are there, we'll take later on. Thank you, madam. So now I'll request our next keynote address speaker, Dr. P.V. Varaprasad, and Dr. Varaprasad will be speaking on harnessing the diversity in millets for climate resilience and sustainability. Sir, please.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Namaskar. While they set up my presentation up, I would like to thank the organizers, particularly Dr. Tara Satyavati, the director of the Indian Institute of Millet Research, for giving me this opportunity to speak to you today, and also to Dr. Dayakar Rao, the director of the Nutri Hub at IIMR. And also thanks are due to the co-chairs, Dr. Chaudharyji and also Dr. Yadavaji, for giving me this opportunity. So let me start my timer. That way I know I've been allocated 10 minutes, and in the next 10 minutes, I'll talk to you about some of the important things about climate resilience of wheat. If I could have my presentation on the screen, please. It was there for a minute and then disappeared. Good afternoon, everyone. Namaskar. Great. While they set up my presentation up, in the next 10 minutes, I'll be talking to you about these four particular items. First, the challenges of food and nutrition security, health and millet research, and then we're giving me this opportunity to speak to you today. Specifically talk about the diversity, climate resilience, nutrition at IIMR, and the health benefits and well-being for the sustainability. Co-chairs, and I'll wrap it up in about 10 minutes for giving me this opportunity. And so let me start my timer, giving you an overall idea. 10 minutes. I won't go into the more technical details, but if any one of you have more questions, I'll be around this afternoon and also tomorrow to answer any specific questions. I could have my presentation on the screen, please. It was there for a minute and then disappeared. Let's see if this progresses. Good afternoon, everyone. Namaskar. That's great. While they set up my presentation, in the next 10 minutes, I will talk to you about these four particular items. First, the challenges of food and nutrition security, health and climate research, and then we're giving this opportunity to speak to you today. Specifically talk about the this is a global hunger map nutrition 2023. About 828 million people around the world have food in their diet. About 75% of those are women. This opportunity. And so let me sum my time here, giving you an overall idea in one way or another. I won't go into the more technical details. If anyone have more questions, and current insecurities around the world tomorrow. So if you add those, the conservative numbers are another 200 million people. So close to a billion people do not have access to food. Let's see if this progresses. Not only that, but also we are suffering from triple burden of malnutrition under the age of 5. These are stunting, which is very short for the age, the challenges of food and nutrition for the age, and then we're giving it too heavy for the age. This is a global hunger map 2023. About 805 million people around the world have food in their diet, and about 75% of those are women. This opportunity. Same point, the time and overall idea in one way or another. If you look at the proportions of these children, insecurities around the world, so if we add those conservative numbers and then compare it with Africa, close to a billion people do not have access to food. Is the nutritional insecurity. Not only that, but also we are suffering anemia, which is iron deficiency in the children under the age of 5. These are essential, which is very short for the age, the challenges of food and nutrition. And then another deficiency is deficiency and vitamin A deficiency. This is a global hunger map, and this particular disease that we use around the world right now, and 75 million women around the world. Same point, the time is moving to the next decade. Look at the massive loss of these children, particularly in insecurities around the population. We add those numbers and then comparative Africa. Close to a billion people do not have access to food. In Middle East, nutrition not only that, but also we are suffering from iron deficiency in the children under the age of 5. These are essential, which is very short, which is gluten challenges of food and nutrition. These numbers have been increasing. Another deficiency is deficiency and vitamin A deficiency. This is a global hunger map, and this particular disease that we use around the world right now, and 75 under the age of 5. you any thoughts. Thank you very much. And if you need to contact me, my email address was there on that slide. Thanks again. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for very excellent and I think very comprehensive lecture. Higher yielding varieties, more climate resilient varieties, and more nutritional varieties also. We have a large germplasm in our gene bank, and I think we should go for the nutraceutical value of all this germplasm, and we are talking of the low GI, low gluten content. So those for all the materials where generally we don't have that much, and along with that, the bioavailability studies for the various micronutrients which these varieties, millet varieties are having, that should also be part of the future studies under the Center of Excellence. The other technologies that have been talked about, the speed breeding and other things, so that we need to do. And for higher productivity, definitely we require the good quality seed as well as the good package of practices. Our panelist, Dr. V.K. Singh, he emphasized about the moisture stress. So the various technologies are now available. So because we require at least to manage the moisture ex situ or in situ, so that those technologies, I think, awareness of those technology to the farmers, that should be ensured. Procurement, very rightly, Dr. Varaprasad ji had told that we have to link the farmers to for lifting of their material, for value addition or for procurement. So that is required. Otherwise, if the supply is there and demand is not there and good prices are not there, so the farmers will not be coming forward. Value addition, now the most important work which I think Nutri has taken, so that should be further continued and more effort should be made. And the farm gate processing, that should be one way, so that the farmers, they get their material procured there locally and that can be taken by local people. And in that mapping of whole of the millet growing area, including all the species, all the millet crops which we are growing in our country, so that we can know that yes, here is the saturation and this is another area where we can increase the area. So those type of studies I think they should do, and that is essentially required. Then mapping of the varieties. We have talked about large number of varieties that Dr. Tara has presented, and I am also dealing with that. We have almost 220 varieties during last 5-6 years. So we should see the potential of these varieties. We should see their that climate resilience of those varieties, where the very drought conditions, very high temperature conditions are there. We should select those type of varieties, and we should deploy those varieties in those areas in the times to come, so that the sustainability of production that can be maintained. And the value addition component also, we have the large number of industries, and somewhere there is the hub of these various industries which are having the value addition. So we should try to disperse those industries in the various areas where jowar is being grown, pearl millet is being grown, ragi is being grown, the small millets are being grown. So we should try, our industry colleagues are there, we should try to go to those areas where the huge quantity of raw material is available, so that the farm get processing that can be facilitated, and farmers can produce their, sell their produce at good prices. So definitely the supply and demand ratio up to until it is not balanced, the things will not move in proper direction. If supply is high, demand is less, farmer will be a big sufferer. If the supply demand is high, then ultimately the consumer is being, I think, deceived or being exploited. So we need to have a balance, and in this direction definitely we need to have the collaborations, good collaborations with the private industry, and definitely they can come into the varietal improvement program, they can come into the seed chain system and the value addition part, which you are doing very excellently, and that needs to be further strengthened. And public-private partnership, I think that is required and the need of the hour if we want to sustain the whatsoever the advantages we are getting from this international of millets. So definitely we need to go ahead and have the better partnership, better collaborations in the times to come. So these are some of the points I think we need to put into the recommendations, and some more recommendations during that 2 days discussion will come. And ultimately at the end of the session, we should come up with a roadmap, including all those points, recommendations which are coming, with timeline and who will be doing, where will be doing, will be done. What is the role of industry? What is the role of the Indian Institute of Millet Research? What is the role of the other agencies involved there? So I think that particular responsibility along with the roadmap and timeline that needs to be developed to further take the cause of millets nationally and internationally. And international collaboration definitely we further need to strengthen and have more and more collaboration from the various stakeholders from the international fora also. And once again, I am very highly thankful to, I think, all our chairman, Dr. Chaudhary Sahab, and the panelists, both the keynote speakers, Dr. Tara and Dr. Varaprasadji. Dr. Varaprasadji's interest in millet, I think that is also an example, and we should learn from him. In March, when we held our global Sri Anna conference, at that time he was with us for almost 3 days, and now also we see, so you see his dedication to the millets, his dedication to the nation. He is coming from far away and spending 3-4 days and giving very good ideas, I tell. So sir, we really salute you, and we are very thankful to you for your so much dedication to the nation, to these millets. And I think definitely all our colleagues sitting here, they will be taking this cause to further higher and higher levels. With these words, I am very highly thankful to the organizers for giving this opportunity, and to all of you being associated with this program, and I think taking the millets to new heights. And I am sure that we'll be taking it much ahead, and we'll be just having its competition much more potential competitor with the wheat and rice. That I am sure that with the efforts which we are making, we'll definitely achieve this success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With this, we come to the end of this technical session, and I thank all the speakers, the chair, and the dignitaries for their vital action points and the strategies to address the challenges in crop improvement for productivity enhancement. I sincerely extend our gratitude to the chair, our DDG, and to our ADG, ICAR, for their time and support to this convention to take forward millets beyond 2023. And I extend my special gratitude to our keynote speaker, Dr. P.V. Varaprasad, who is the Director of Sustainable Intensification Innovations Lab, Kansas State University, for his excellent keynote lecture on exploiting the resilient traits of millets to address the climate change and sustainability. I once again thank all the dignitaries. So before we wind up this session, I kindly request our Director, ICAR IIMR, to felicitate our ADG seats, ICAR, Dr. T.K. Yadav, with a small memento as a gesture of our gratitude. Thank you, madam. I kindly request now ADG seats, Dr. D.K. Yadav, sir, to present a memento to our keynote speaker, Dr. P.V. Varaprasad. And I kindly request Director, Madam, ICAR IIMR, to kindly give a memento to the panelist of the session, to Dr. Tamerlin Marak, Senior Scientist, CIMET, to Dr. Venkatesh Bhatt, Director, Nutri Hub and Principal Scientist, IIMR, and to Dr. Hari Prasanna, Principal Scientist, ICAR IIMR. I once again thank all the dignitaries on the dais for the time on the session, and I also thank the rapporteurs of the session, Dr. Jinu Jacob and Dr. Swarna, Scientist, ICAR IIMR. We kindly request all of you to be seated. The next session will begin in a few minutes. Thank you.
He's not joined the call. He's there. Chief Marketing Advisor. Ministry of Food Processing Industry. बड़े कंसर्न का सीधे मैडम से क्या होता है? Okay, so I'm contacting them, but they're not there. Okay, Suresh sir is coming or not? Please. Not 10 minutes, 2 minutes. They're on the stage already.
So we proceed with the next session. The next session on value-added processing, primary, secondary, and tertiary techniques. I kindly request Dr. K. Narsaya, ADG Engineering, to kindly come to the stage for chairing this session. I request you, sir. Thank you, sir. I kindly request Shri J.P. Dongre, Deputy Marketing Advisor, MOFP, to kindly come onto the stage. MOFP. No, this session. No, this session only. And I also like to invite the panelists for the panel discussion. Mr. P. Saravanan, TL and Project Manager, Dhan Foundation, to please occupy the stage. Dr. N.G. Maleshi, former Head, GST, CSIR, CFTRI. Chef Gunjan Goyala, Chef and Consultant Historian. Dr. P. Srinivas Rao, IIT Kharagpur. Dr. Kausalya, Registrar, Avinash Lingam University. Dr. Shashi Prabha, Associate Director, R&D Grains, PepsiCo. And Dr. Ilvarsan, Scientist, SIFT, for the panel discussion. I kindly request everybody to please occupy the stage for the next session.
So, a request to the chair, you know that you have been a sufferer of waiting for so long. So now it is your turn, how you are going to conclude. I think the best formula what we can do in such a situation is, I would personally propose that what are the 3 top most suggestions you would like to give as a panelist? Even the keynote address, we have only 1 keynote address?
2, I think. 2, I think.
Okay, Dongreji, aapka thoda make it short. And after that, I think rest of the people, they will be given a chance to speak about based on their experience. Top 3 points. I think then it will be a session which will be very, very valuable based on your own experience. And for rapporteurs also, it's going to be, this is going to be entirely a strategy convention. So that's the reason I would urge you not to take too many PPTs and all this. I think we can go without PPTs, and we will talk about what are the top 3 points. I think notepads are given to you. Please keep writing, and when they come, I think when your turn has come, you please speak about that. That's the way we can conclude. Otherwise, another 2-3 sessions are there after this. Please kindly cooperate.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion. Like maybe our keynote speakers might have proved many things, but let them distill the things and make a few crisp points, 3 points. So, and all the turn by turn, the panelists will be speaking their points, their opinions, and then we will wrap it up in maybe 25 minutes, 20-25 minutes. Okay, that is the time we have, around half an hour for the session. Yeah, let's hear from our keynote speaker. JP Dongare.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Due to time constraint, I will not speak much about this. We are already in first sessions. We've seen all good aspects of millets, nutritional profiles and all. I'll just I'll give some insight of my ministry, how my ministry is helping millet-based processors. We are implementing some of the good schemes which is beneficial for all those startups or new entrepreneurs who wanted to venture in this millet segment. So how ministry is helping them and how we are incentivizing their efforts. So I'll just give some crisp on those things. Keeping in view this International Year of Millet, our ministry has already implemented a scheme like production link incentive scheme on millet based product. That is, we call it PLIS MVP. Under these schemes, we are already we are incentivizing the processing or production, whatever you are processing right now. Say, for example, you are a startup or you are processing some of the millet based products like cookies, noodle, pasta, millet based pasta and all. For those products, say for example, in one financial year 22-23, if you are having your total revenue of around 10 crores, say for example. Next year, if you increase your revenue by 20 crores, so whatever the incremental sale you will achieve of 10 crores, we'll give 10% of incentive on that one. And that too will give you continuously for the 5 years. So that is the scheme we have already launched, and that scheme we have already selected around 30 beneficiaries, PLI beneficiaries, and we are going to spend around 800 crores to incentivize these 30 applicants. And with this investment, with this incentive, these all 30 applicants, they have projected the revenue of around 17,800 crore rupees. That will be the boost for that one. The scheme is to strengthen the select Indian brands of the food products to take the country's food processing to the next level amid the rising global demand for Indian ready-to-eat food products and ready-to-cook food products. As a part of that particular objective, we are incentivizing the millets products also. Another one scheme we are having, that is the Pradhan Mantri formalization of micro food processing enterprises, PMA, for the small micro entrepreneurs. If you want to set up your unit at your region or all those clusters where millet production is more, in those clusters, if you want to set up your small unit or you are already having an existing unit, you want to upgrade your unit, you wanted to make it HACCP compliant or ISO 22000 compliant unit. So whatever the investment you want to incur on your existing units, ministry will provide you up to 10 lakh rupees for the micro entrepreneurs or self-help group or farmer producer organizations. So these are the two schemes we are implementing for majorly focused on these millet based products. And we have already identified certain district for the millets, that is called ODOP, one district, one product, that scenario. Like Arunachal Pradesh, one Tirap district we have already identified. In Chhattisgarh, Sukma district we identified. In Gujarat, there is Dang district. Poonch, Jammu Kashmir, there is a Poonch district. Then Karnataka, Devnagari. Then MP, Balaghat. In Maharashtra, Nandurbar. Odisha, Malkangiri. And Tamil Nadu, Dharmapuri. And Telangana, Komra Bhim. And in again Mandla in Madhya Pradesh, they are the district we identified exclusively for the millets, where that is a ODOP scheme is being implemented, and wherein if you are setting up your product, the ministry is going to give the financialization under these PMFME schemes. Then other than that, some of the states, they are also implementing certain schemes. State government like Odisha Millet Mission, then Karnataka, they are having the organic farming policy incentivizing minor millet. 10,000 per hectare, they are going to promote their cultivation of millets. Then comprehensive revival millet cultivation program for the North Coastal Andhra and parts of Rayalaseema is an end-to-end program for millet hubs aimed at supplying millets to meet increasing demand of finding its place in the grain economy. Then we have millet village scheme launched by government of Kerala. Then we have introduction of nutritious millets into Anganwadi centers, that is by the Telangana only. Then of course Nutri Hub, where from propagating this awareness of the millet consumption across the country. In conclusion, what I would like to say that what we see with these all initiatives were taken by the government of India. We have seen when we started this PLI scheme for the millet-based product, Out of these 30 companies itself, when we saw their sales of millet-based product during the 2021, it was just 42 crore rupees. Today, it has been increased to 195% growth, 196 crore rupees revenue they are already generated. And for the millet consumption, it was around 58%, 58 to 57% growth they have achieved for the millet consumption of this particular. It was around 727 metric ton they were utilizing for producing this millet-based product, but today they are procuring around 3,700 metric ton, this 30. So keeping in view this all good performance and good achievement of this scheme, we are going to launch another phase 2 PLI for all those millet processing entrepreneurs. So most probably within 2 months, we are launching another phase 2 scheme for the PLI beneficiaries or for the beneficiary of PLI scheme. And we are providing around 1,000 crore rupees for this PLI. So just watch our website www.moepa.gov.in. We'll be inviting another expression of interest for new entrepreneurs or new startups to avail the PLI benefits and get incentivize your growth of PLI benefits, sir. With this, I would like to conclude my remarks over here and would like to say that the recognition of millets' potential for promoting the health, food security and sustainable agriculture has resulted in increased efforts of mainstream them in India. The government's intervention to scale up the millet production, processing, marketing is a step towards promoting their consumption and unlocking their full potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dongare. Minister of Food Processing is promoting millets and they have multiple schemes. How we harmonize them like PLIS and ODOP and how we promote these millets in their production catchments. That is the crux of his talk. So, I now we don't have Mr. Vijayaraghavan keynote address, so we will go to our panelists. Before that, I will open this panel discussion, resolving gaps in millets, R&D, processing and value addition and shelf life through disruptive technologies. So we have in this session primary, secondary and tertiary processing. So I will give few remarks and then I will open with these panelists. Like millets, we have forgotten. I will give some similarities. Our eye is the most gullible organ. Like it is, it falls for skin deep beauty. Like millets, if you don't mill them, they don't look pretty. So first thing is that our eyes have forgotten to appreciate the intrinsic values or inner beauty of the millets. And then our tongue is there. It has been accustomed to fine dining or fine grains or refined products. So immediately it is more discerning and it will catch the coarse feeling of the millets first thing. So their resistance is there. Then our gastrointestinal tracts also forgotten the millets and the microbiome in the gastric pipe, they have also forgotten millets. So they are not accustomed. If we replace many of the millets, they will go on strike and they will provide hindrance. So to avoid these hindrances, some of the things through processing, primary, secondary and tertiary processing, maybe by purling and other things, you can improve the looks, or by processing the millets, you can reduce the anti-nutritional properties. But we need to have in each step, for each processing, it should be related to how it is affecting the nutritional qualities. So each step, either milling, malting, purling or flour making or other processing. So it should be directly related to how it is retaining the nutrition as well as ultimate product, whether it is healthy or not. We are to make it more acceptable. We are adding sugar, chocolate or other things. But whether we are making really healthy food or not, we have to think on those lines. But for some many problems, the processing and value addition can have solutions. So with these remarks, I open the discussion. Mr. Saravanan, TL Project Manager, Dhan Foundation. Please give your remarks, just briefly for 2-3 minutes. From here.
Thank you, sir, and thank you all the participants. So main thing I think is the taste, shelf life, and cost are the main things which are impeding the further development of millet promotions. So on the cost, one disruptive technology which can be seen is if we have a mixie type or dehuller in the house. So in case just like a mixie or a grinder, if everybody has the dehuller in the house, then the total cost will be drastically reduced. So morning, one of the dignitary was telling that the cost is more than 100 rupees, 150 to 300 rupees it is coming. But the farmer is selling at around 40 rupees only. So if the dealer is there with them and at 50% efficiency also, you will get it at 80 rupees per kg. And the transportation cost and everything else that will be negated. Then on taste, even though there are a lot of different millet items, bars have come, ice cream has come, snacks have come, noodles have come, everything has come. But we see that the taste, there is certain backlog in it. And even our children, they don't like it. So something has to be done on that, on the taste factor. Something has to be worked, nutritionists and chefs, they should work on it. And on shelf life, there is also another this thing that I saw during one of the exhibitions. I saw a vacuum packing machine which is manually done. So a cycle pump type vacuum packing machine is there which sucks up all the air, and that can be without doing any chemical this thing or any other this thing for packaging. We can have the organic this thing, organic material packed vacuum in the vacuum this thing. And even vacuum packing, bigger machines are there that can be used for the bigger industries also. So these are the three things which I think maybe.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Saravanan. And then I request Dr. N.G. Malleshi to give his briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Okay, at the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Dayakar Rao and Dr. Tara for inviting me to participate in this wonderful conference. Mr. Chairman, I will not go into detail about it. The important point is we should, IIMR or CFTERA or NIPTEM, they should address on-farm processing, especially the pre-processing like removing the refractions and other admixtures. Then the transportation of the millets to the processing center will be very useful, number one. Number two, as we know in rice, wheat or other grains, drying the grains to certain moisture level and storage for certain period will definitely help in effective de-husking without breakage and without getting unhulled material in that. So that aspect has not at all been studied in case of our small millets. So that need to be studied. The third point is, we all know when you dehull the material either in rubber roll cellar or centrifugal cellar or whatever kind of mill, nearly 5 to 10% unhulled grains are coming. To separate them, people are trying to use color sorters, but still they are not able to get. So in that context, Mr. Chairman, if we apply artificial intelligence technology, then we will be able to separate the unhulled grains from the hulled grains, because when I can detect unhulled grains and hulled grains, artificial intelligence may use for the color sorter to separate that. That's one of the major problems many people are facing. Then the other thing I would like to tell, our utilization, we have all been talking about, we have been seeing, we have been flaking, XYZ and all. But most of the millet products are composite flours of wheat and other grains. So to avoid that, and if you want to make 100% millet-based chapati, rollable chapati or extruded XYZ, then we should use pre-gelatinized millet as a ingredient for that, because pre-gelatinized millet will help to bind the products and to extrude or whatever we want to do, because there is no gluten in millet, we all know. So because of that, cold water gelatinization will not take place, will not be able to roll. But if I use pre-gelatinized, like extruded millet flour to about 20%, then that will help to absorb moisture and may be able to roll it. Then next point, sir, is millets usage we are been advocating, including in the defense sports now. Why not you promote millets in sports foods? It has not been approached so far. Sports people do need good millets and we should do that. Then one more point I will tell you about shelf life. Every one of us know millets have got poor shelf life, and Dr. ICAR was telling about 8 months we are able to do, especially in the pearl millet and all. But still that has not come to the field. So if we go for proper hydrothermal treatment and heat cool cycles, it is pakka that we will be able to store the millet for longer days. Okay. Then one more point is, why not ICAR, ICMR, DBT integrate? Because CSIR, we have got CFTRI, then Ministry of Food Processing, we have got NIPTEM, DBT, we have got Biotechnology Institute. So there is practically, to the best of my knowledge, there is no integration in a joint meeting. Probably all these three joined together, then the results will be very, very useful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Next, I invite Chef Gunjan Goyala for strategies how we can make more delicious and nutritious millet foods.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. I would like to start. Firstly, I'm the only odd one here between all the technical people. So I hope I'm able to make some valid points and which you can carry back home. Being a chef, I'll talk from the perspective of cooking the millets. So for which as Dr. Rao told me to give me 3 most important suggestions, what I feel are good. Firstly, we should sensitize the cook. And in daily household, it is the mother who's cooking. Even if the father is cooking, he's most welcome, but the ladies of the house should be sensitized towards what is millet, how is it to be used? Because most of the time, the misconception is that if you buy millet, you can just directly boil it or cook it and you get your dish. That is not so. There are certain things which need to be followed. For example, soaking the millets. The minimum time required is about 6 to 8 hours, which most of us forget. We directly either grind the flour, make the chapatis, and when the chapatis are not delicious, we try to leave that from our diet. So that is one thing we need to talk, maybe have some more conferences, invite the ladies, make them participate, and let them understand what is millet. Now, the second most important is when the lady of the house is cooking the food, the children get to eat that. The children should also be a part of the discussion, what they are eating. So for that, I think to sensitize the children, we must go to the schools and teach them at that level to tell them what millets are and how important millets are. You know, to some extent, my personal feel is also that the school should arrange some trips to meet the children, to let the children meet the farmers and understand how difficult it is to have the farming and how the food reaches from the farm to the plate. Because if they understand the value and the goodness, I can assure you the children will switch over from pasta, burgers to millets, which is the most important factor, because most of the time it's very difficult for children, to make the children understand why should they eat millet. Because today's generation, they want an answer, a logical answer to whatever you tell them. It gone are the days when you would tell the children and they were supposed to follow. I remember my generation, I couldn't argue with my parents why a certain thing had to be done. But in today's time, Google has the answer and the children have their minds, their faculties so well developed, they want an answer for everything. And this is one of the best ways, I think, the children queries, their questions can be answered, and they'll see directly as to what is happening and how it is happening. When I say about schools, I also mean colleges. I remember last year I was in IHM Shillong, and there they had a competition of millet and millet products. It was very interesting being a judge to participate in that competition and see so many students coming up with their food, which was most amazing. I couldn't have imagined being a chef that even these things could be developed. So it's very important for the colleges to have such competitions, open up their mind and ask everybody to come and participate. You know, like seminars like this, they are very nice because even we are open up to so many things we didn't know. The interaction between these big doctors and the technicians and so many different walks of life, people come and talk about their experiences. I have learned so much. There's so much for me to carry back home, and it's an honor to be here. Lastly, but not the least, is we as chefs, what is my responsibility? If I have taken an oath today, let's millet, I have to take it and take it seriously in my professional level. For that, I suggest all chefs, they must also plan to include a major part of millets in their menus. And now just not by adding millets, you have to make that food tasty. You have to make that food palatable and healthy. Like, I don't want to quote, but you know, some people add millets for the sake of millet, but the other percentage of ingredients are much higher than millet. An example is latest is the bread, which has come up commercially. They are using only 5% of millet in the entire bread. So if you're having a slice, if you're having a bread of 100 grams, you're getting 0.5 milligrams of millet. So where is the millet? You know, you should also be conscious when you're saying, you're declaring that you're making a millet dish, at least let's have 40 to 50% of millet, if not 100%. But here I met a lady, she has made a soup and it was 100% millet. I was so impressed. She made 2 other dishes out of millet, which were 100%. To try and achieve the food, which is as much as you can, rather than by adding 1 or 2% and say it's a millet dish. In fact, we shouldn't encourage.
Okay, we got the message. Like we need to label it properly, and that is the question: how much millet we need to have in product to call it a millet product? So that we will take up it in FSS.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And now I request Dr. P. Srinivas Rao for a brief throw light on what are the need of mechanization and processing, and what are the gaps and what steps we need to take to develop processing equipment.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Marsaya. So as we are almost concluding the international era of millets, so our challenges are, of course, now more. So tomorrow, when more production, when we are anticipating to meet the demand, so definitely we require a lot of organized machinery. So now, of course, there are certain machineries available for both primary and secondary processing, but many of them might not be having appropriate efficiency. So this efficiency in terms of the product quality, the losses minimization, the energy efficiency, these are to be considered while designing and maybe manufacturing the equipment. This is one part of it. Secondly, the equipment which is manufactured, it should be tested and maybe certified, because when the government want to give kind of subsidies, so possibly this makes a difference. So the certified equipment will be going into the public domain with kind of government encouragement. Otherwise, actually, it would be difficult. So apart from the machineries, some of the novel and maybe you can say convenient products which also should be uh, formulated by the scientists, because the existing range of products might not be meeting requirements of all the segments. So definitely a wider range of products, definitely with a quality. And again, here also the nutritional fact should be properly published, because many times the product is prepared but without any kind of labeling. So the quality assurance, labeling, and certification, these are also important from the product perspective. So third, of course, when it comes to the stability of the product, so that's most important, because we are not actually simply preparing and maybe consuming on the same day. So in the public domain, when you are actually preparing certain products which may require a longer shelf life, and even, for example, if you take a millet flour, it doesn't actually sustain for more than 2 or 3 weeks. So to improve its shelf life, or maybe you can say shelf stability, so we need to have certain treatments. So all thermal treatment is generally it's being done, but if you go for microwave or maybe RF drying or maybe such kind of bulk heating methodologies, so probably without losing the baking quality, we can improve the shelf stability. That's one point of it. And lastly, when you have volumes to store, as some point of time somebody mentioned, so these are seasonal. Obviously, you will be producing for a short period, maybe in one particular season. You have to store for the whole of the year. So the storage mechanism in India for millets is not well established. So possibly we have to move away from the traditional sack bagging to kind of silos or maybe improved storage structures, so that the millets can be stored for a long time. Overall, the quality, it makes a difference. When you are actually looking at the whole world now, so obviously to meet the world standards, so the product should be of the appropriate quality. So for that, at each and every stage, so starting from farmers pickup, subsequently cleaning of the grains, maybe making the shelf stable products, or maybe storing the products, all these things actually makes a major difference in the entire segment. So that's why each and every stage, it is actually quite important to look into these aspects in the coming days. So that's what actually I would like to just take a few
Thank
points.
you,
Thank you so
Dr.
much.
Rao. So actually, I'm in a hurry to catch a flight. So I'm handing over the baton to Dr. N.G. Maleshi to chair this session, take the discussion forward, and the rest of the panelists will give, and then he will wrap up the session. But before going, I would like to say, like as Dr. Rao said, we will have some disruptive technologies. He said, and maybe some others like in millets, to make them more palatable. Maybe we need to think 3D food printing kind of things will be making the products more palatable and more attractive, as well as maybe probiotics we need to add with some fermented millet products. So these are some of the areas we can think of. I request Dr. Maleshi to take over from here. And you can continue. No problem. You can continue. Even I am also. Okay.
So before the chair leaves, I kindly request the dignitaries for a group photo with the chair, please. Thank you all. I kindly request Maleshi sir to quickly give away a memento to our chair, Dr. Nasaya sir. I kindly request Maleshi sir to also present a memento to our keynote speaker, Shri J.P. Dongre, Deputy Marketing Advisor, MOFP. Thank you, sir. I kindly request Dr. Maleshi, sir, former head GST, CSAR, CFTRI, to take over the session, to chair the session. We'll continue with the panel discussion. I kindly request Dr. Kausalya, Registrar, Avinash Lingam University, to start with her remarks.
Good evening to everybody. Good evening to everybody. Thanks to Dr. Narsaya for conducting the session effectively. Now, the remaining part, I will try to manage. Okay. Now, may I request Dr.
I'm Dr. Kausalya, Professor of Food Science and Nutrition and Registrar, Avinash Lingam University for Women, Coimbatore. It's a women's university and 8,000 students are studying. It's a university for home science and specialized in food science and nutrition. Our first chancellor, Dr. Rajamal P. Devadas, a nutritionist, way back in 1973 developed a weaning food formulation called Kurandai Amadu with 3 millets, 2 pulses, jaggery and groundnut. It is called Kurandai Amadu, a weaning food, under ICMR project when Dr. Gopalan was the ICMR Director General. So still now we are popularizing this weaning food in the 27 villages that we have adopted for our NSS curriculum, extension activities. So it is also sold in the medical, shops. So when this is a scenario, we all worked under Dr. Devdas. In fact, Dr. Srimati, who's taking the photograph, and myself, we were the first research associates in a PL480 ICAR project during 1990s, which had a long-term feeding trial of millets, rice diet versus ragi diet by Dr. Devdas in a village, started with pregnant women lactating. Then the children were followed up and we started working in a project where those children became adolescents, and we supplemented as an intervention on a clinical trial, a ball which is based on the various millets and jaggery into it. So hats off to our leaders who started working with this. And research, universities are functioning with academics, research and extension. And we have completed 2 different projects on DST. One is on flakes, millet flakes. We developed a machine and it is patented, published. Another one, edible with a husk, edible cup machine, we have also patented. And I myself, I received an award from the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister on functional food and nutraceuticals. We have developed many foods for anemia, sports, as well as we have seen in overweight and obese under a DST project. So now recently we have backed an DST project, consortium project with 10 institutes. We are trying to develop sensors to evaluate non-invasive or partially invasive. I am the consortium PI, and our role in nutrition is that wholesome food, either as a bar or a Nutri ball or as other recipes with biofortified varieties of millets. And another scholar, we have a team working on sustainable agriculture by giving biofortified seeds to the farmers in Theni district, and they have developed, and we are trying to make them consume these millets also. That is the best part. So we are working with the millets and we have signed MOU, and where one student currently to enhance processing, just to reduce the anti-nutritional factors, we are working with micro-milling technique. And also, as Dr. Maleshi said, the 3 top institutions should guide us in primary or secondary or tertiary processing to take it to even home scale level. I live in a flat, so whenever I get time, I'm fond of cooking. Though I'm a nutritionist and nutritional biochemist, I just take the recipe. Anybody in any meeting, I will just say, whatever the traditional recipe, if somebody wants, I will even substitute even 50% or 75 with the millet class and try to help them because elders want to know. Though as an institution, we have developed many recipes, including IIMR, we have come out with a book. So we have developed, we want to just structure in a food scientist manner that the leading institutions should help us because we are all nutritionists and food scientists, but as technologists, they should guide us in primary processing. By micromilling also, we are working on how it reduces the anti-nutritional factors. We are also working on biofortified and other varieties with bioavailability of iron in terms of recipes. As all of you know, way back in Narsingh Rao developed the method, but now even Kako 2 cell model is very popular. But still, I want you to say, when we say in a traditional dish, when you just eat a breakfast or a lunch, you have a fruit. It is in order to enhance the bioavailability. Like that, we have developed the dehydrated green leafy vegetables and fruits, many recipes and powders and all that. My PhD topic itself was an impact on dehydration. But still, we need more data on how to make the public aware of these millets and in the forms in which it has to be consumed. Technology per se, I seek guidance as a food scientist and nutritionist from the stalwarts of food scientists from different. And Maleshi, sir, though I have not worked with, he has trained our scholars and he has been our guide for malting and fermentation. Still, we tell the, council people in community, because we always work with community SHGs. We have put up a proposal where we are incorporating to glue grant also. We have tied up with Bharatiya University. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Kausalya, for highlighting the importance of millets in the baby foods, which you have done long ago, and it is still continuing. It's a living example of use of millets in the baby food formulations. And one more important point Dr. Kausalya pointed out is bioavailability and bioaccessibility of the millet micronutrients. We all say they are rich in micronutrients, but many of the millets contain good amount of phytate, and that phytate binds with the minerals and reduces its availability. Now we all know millets are processed, popped, germinated, fermented, extrusion cooked, and so many technologies we are around. So which technology gives us better bioavailable micronutrients that need to be studied? That's a very important point, madam, you have made out. And one more thing, Dr. Meenakshi Singh, who is not there, she just advised me whether we can suggest the HSM code for the millet experts. Anybody from APEDA will be able to highlight more about it, because there is no HSM code for millet, it seems. I am not much knowledgeable about that, but the export persons will be knowing better about that. Then other thing is public-private partnership is definitely happening, but these institutions, as Dr. Kausalya mentioned, should have public-private partnership. So with this brief, now I request Dr. Shashi Prabha to present. Next one.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. First of all, I would like to ICAR, IIMR for giving this opportunity for me to be here and talking about my point of views. Despite of knowing all the challenges we all discussed, many of us, we highlighted that there is a challenge of having right milling technologies. There is a challenge of having uninterrupted supplies of millets to the industry, to the industrial scale. We discussed about stabilization issue, which is shelf life. We are having the taste challenges. But seriously, if you ask me, I feel that we have great institutes like NIFTEM, we have CFTRI, what not? We have so many institutes. And we are also grateful that our industry is so developed. Even if you talk to me about the ingredient houses, like there are several ingredient houses which are operating from here. So I really don't feel that there will be a challenge to value add or to bring out the products which industrially viable products which we can sell, which are, ticking to all these challenges. I'm sure together we can solve it. But seriously, if you ask me, I feel that the biggest challenge in front of all of us together is keeping this awareness drive. The consumer awareness is the biggest thing which we should drive together with our hands hold together. That's something which we should do with our hearts on. Yeah. And why I feel so is, see, people like us who belong to the previous generation, still we are aware about millets and we don't need education. But the younger generations which are coming now, they don't know about why millet. So all of us, I think we should keep propagating why millet. I mean, the benefits of the millets need to be propagated. And that's how we can, bring the millets to a very next level. So that's my thought process.
Thanks, Dr. Prabha. In continuation of your suggestion that the nutritional aspect the consumer should know. Okay, I suggest that most of us are using millet baked products, cookies, XYZ like, flake products, XYZ like. So the bioavailability and the nutritional value of these products should be investigated thoroughly, and we should advise which food is good for adults, which food is good for children. That need to be done. Okay, now with this, I will request Dr. Elangovan, Elavasanan, continue. Right. Okay.
Respected Chair, panel members, a very good evening to everyone present over here. So my topic is away from, not exactly away, so to some extent away from the whole millets you are talking for the entire day. So I'm here to talk about the composite products using millets and mainly representing the fish-based products. So can I have my presentation here? I'll just rush through a few slides. I just want you to see the pictures, in fact, how the products are, Yeah. So how do you feel like when you think of fish and millet together? So it's really a healthy combination. I don't need to stress how good the fish is. So they are known for their protein, omega-3 fatty acids, micronutrients, many things. What they lack is the carbohydrates. They do not have carbohydrates. They do not have fibers. So I see millet, to complement such lack, which is there in fish, even though it is a nature's superfood. So we took up some studies on, fish with millet. Initially, we went with, not working, in fact. So first we took fish sausage. I think many of us must be aware, especially the present generation consumers, aware about the chicken sausage. As an alternative to chicken sausage, there are other meat sources, and of course, fish sausage is the one and mainly popular in Southeast Asian countries as well as in Japan. So we normally use corn flour, similarly the potato starch or tapioca starch. Instead of this starch, we felt like replacing with the millets. Since 2020, we are working on fish sausage enriched with millets. We have tried all the 9 varieties of millets. The output was this. Even some of the, say for tilapia, used to have a kind of muddy flavor if it is not raised properly. Even those kind of flavors is very well masked, and it is much liked by many people. We didn't stop with only formulating this product. Wherever we go for training, we propagated this, fish sausage enriched with the millet nutrients. And similarly, through the World Fish project where first 1,000 days of children should be fed with fish-based nutrients for the better nutritional solutions. We went on preparing the fish sausage with millets and supplying to the various nutritional intervention programs, and it was very well accepted. This is just one case like how we can incorporate millets. I have many more things to work on this line, and many gaps are also available in front of us. Say for nutrients from or ingredients from millet field to fish field, or ingredients from aquatic source to the millet based products. For an example, omega-3 fatty acids. Very well, the backed products wherever it was prepared using millets can be very well enriched with omega-3 fatty acids. So such kind of solution. Similarly, the collagen peptide. So another ingredient from aquatic sources, especially from fish scale, known for their anti-aging property and various other biofunctional properties. So such composite products can also be given a thought when we think of millet-based, products. So with this, the biggest problem in front of us, how they are going to interact, these fish-based ingredients and the millet-based ingredients, how they are going to interact. We need to generate a very long understanding about these aspects and how to make use of this interaction for manipulating different kind of products. So with that, I wind up this, my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Elavarsan. Wonderful idea. But fish, as most of us understand, has a microbial problem if it is not properly processed. Number two. And the products, if they are wet products, then storage shelf life may be one of the important aspects, because we have to take care of the microbial. But if we can produce dry products with fish which is free from fishy odor, then that will be wonderful. Thank you. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, we had a extremely good learned panel. They highlighted several aspects of the millet as per the directive given with respect to value-added products, primary, secondary, and tertiary products. Anyway, then the panel members highlighted in a very effective manner about primary processing, then packaging aspects. But packaging aspects, I suggest if we can have a active or smart packaging that has not come into the millet products. So there's certainly the people, when they buy it, they know whether it is still edible or not. And members also mentioned the nutritional aspects and the value-added product out of that, and the aspects about using animal products along with the millets to make a high-value millet-based products which will have a better nutrition has also been highlighted. So with this, if our members permit me, one or two questions will, because we have not been, maximum 2 questions. Please go ahead if anybody has any questions, quickly.
Sir? Yes, please. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Hello? Is there any role for nuclear physics in extending the shelf life of the products?
Okay. I will just brief about shelf life of millet products is a major problem. Many of the small scale entrepreneurs are suffering because of that. But hydrothermal treatment, just like parboiling, what you do, certainly helps. But apart from that, our millets, when they get exposed to oxygen, we have got lipoxygenase, peroxidase, polyphenol oxidase activities, which causes rancidity. But one thing, most of us, this jowar roti and bajra roti, katak roti, what they sell, you can keep them for 9 months to 1 year in the room temperature with simple packing. So we should learn from them how the shelf life of these products have been increasing. So we should take some clue like that. And in addition to that, we have to have the oxygen scavengers in millet pocket, which is practiced very well in Japan. A small sachet of iron fillings or something else will be there that scavenges the oxygen. When oxygen is not available for the food in the pocket, then it will have a better shelf. So that need to be addressed. Especially the bigger companies can immediately start it, but our people should also be educated about it, that it is not an edible matter. So along with the food, they should not use. So this millet shelf life has been a problem, but a lot of work is being done in that direction, and hopefully in the years to come, we will have a good product. Thank you.
Hello. My question would be to Chef Goyla. The question is the taste aspect. As India, we are a very young population, and to popularize use of millets, taste aspect is very important. And you spoke about children. So how do you see taste being a major factor and incorporating taste in popularization of millets?
Okay, as I said, it's very important for the ladies of the, no, not audible. Okay. So the ladies of the house would have to understand what is millet and what are the combinations, permutations. So when I say combination permutation, you will understand if, as he just said, if there's a shelf life that is also required. So for example, when you take the millet and you have to know, you have to soak it for minimum 4 to 5 hours, understand the process, and then what goes into it. For example, in the morning, the chef gave a demonstration of thali peet. Now, what is thali peet? Is thali peet here, mooli ka parantha in Punjab, you go to Maharashtra is another name. To create a taste is the local ingredients need to be added. You have to understand the, as I said, combination permutation. And above all, children like to eat what they see. If tomorrow they see a pizza made out of millet, they will surely jump at it. There's certain amount of emphasis on to be shown and to make them understand. That's why I emphasize the children should be taught in school. There should be a kind of a social studies. When they talk about social ethics, they should also talk about social food. So these are the steps the schools and the authorities have to take. But the final point is the cooking and the taste. Now that taste only a mother can understand what the child likes and what should be added. What is the family culture? So if it is a particular family, they have their tradition, a child will automatically have those kind of palate. So this only a mother can understand or the family can understand. And in accordance to that, you can create a dish. And likewise, I said, when you go to a restaurant and the child finds, a millet, today we call it a millet khichdi, but if you go to Italy, you'll find the same thing as risotto, but actually it's a khichdi, right? If the mother makes that and serves as a khichdi, the child would relate much faster and much better than to an outside dish. So it largely depends on the family.
Thank you. Thank you.
With this, last question, please, if anybody is there. Otherwise, because time is very short, there is a real constraint of time. Okay, one.
Good evening, everyone. My question is, there isn't much clarity even in the research level as to if there are any requirement towards establishing phase 1 or phase 2 for therapeutic or pharmaceutical entity of millets. Because morning there was a segment which spoke about taking millets at that level. So is it applicable, like what is applicable to Ayush protocol, like because it has already been documented in our history and it has been consumed for quite some time with its health benefits known, phase 1 and phase 2 can be exempted, or what is the status? Can somebody clarify, please? Thank you, madam. Though we have been consuming even herbs or Ayurvedic foods for a long thousands of years, when we want to document, or if you are interested in developing a product and become an entrepreneur for a clinical trial or a therapeutic property, definitely you have to do clinical trials. And OECD guidelines have to be followed. If it is not tried at all, you have to go for animal studies. Then you can go for extension with human studies. And it is not only if it is a herbal product, you can go, but there are ICMR protocols that you need to follow by getting a human ethical committee clearance or animal ethical, that is as per CPC SEA guidelines you have to follow. It's easier. You can approach any research center. If you're a researcher, you can go work there, getting permission from your institute and there, trying to sign an MOU. Or if you want to give as an outsource the clinical trial, that is also possible now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kausalya. Now we are almost coming to the close of the session. I thank Dr. Shashi, Dr. Narsaya, Dr. Dongre, Dr. Saravanan, myself, Dr. Meenakshi Singh in absentia, Dr. Ganjam Gorka, and Dr. Srinivas Rao, Dr. Kausalya, Dr. Sarath Padma, and elongation for put forthing their important points, what the audience required, what is required for the millet. We will certainly highlight the importance of this session to the committee, especially on the sports, utilization of millets in the sports, bioavailability and bioaccessibility of the millets, active packaging, increasing the shelf life, and many other things for the panel members. With this, I thank everybody and we'll close the session.
We come to the end of this session. So I take the opportunity to thank the keynote speaker, JP Dongre, for his talk on MOFPI policy initiatives, and also the panelists for their panel discussion. And I also take the opportunity to extend my special gratitude to the chair, Dr. K. Narsaya and Dr. N.G. Maleshi, for their commendable remarks, and which are to be implemented for taking millets forward. Some important outcomes from this session are noted, sir. So thank you for your time once again. Before we wind up, I kindly request Dr. Kausalya, Registrar Avinash Lingam, to kindly present a memento to the chair, Dr. N.G. Maleshi, as a token of our gratitude. I kindly request N.G. Maleshi, sir, to kindly present a memento to our panelist, Mr. P. Saravanan, TL and Project Manager, Dhan Foundation. Chef Gunjan Goyala, Chef and Consultant Historian. Dr. P. Srinivas Rao, IIT Kharagpur. To Dr. Kausalya, Registrar, Avinash Lingam University. To Dr. Shashi Prabha, Associate Director, R&D Grains, PepsiCo. And to Dr. Ilavaresan, Scientist, ICAR SIFT. I once again thank all the panelists and the dignitaries on the dais for your time. Finally, I also take this opportunity to thank the rapporteurs of this session, Dr. Rajesha and Dr. Hema Shankari of IIMR.
Is the founder of Natya Mayuri Kuchipudi Dance Academy. Write it on the page.
And this
Shall I write?
like this, no?
Yeah.
Before we proceed to the next session, I kindly request all of you to be seated, please, for a short cultural program by Ms. Soundarya Kaushik, who will perform a Kuchipudi dance. She is the founder of Natya Mayuri Kuchipudi Dance Academy. So I kindly request all to be please seated for this cultural program. Thank you.
ಧನತ್ವದಿಂದ ಧನತ್ವದಿಂದ ತಾಂತ ಧನತ್ವದಿಂದ ಧನತ್ವದಿಂದ ತದರಿ 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 ಧನತ್ವದಿಂದ ధనతదింద తాంత ధనతదింద ధనతదింద తదరి ధనతదింద ధనతదింద తాంత ధనతదింద ధనతదింద తదరి ధనతదింద ధనతదింద తాంత ధనతదింద ధనతదింద తదరి ధనతదింద ధనతదింద తాంత ధనతదింద ధనతదింద తరి తజ్జను తత్తరి తజ్జను తత్తరి తజ్జను కృతగలిగిత తత్తరి తజ్జను తత్తరి తజ్జను తత్తరి తజ్జను కృతగలిగితాయి తత్తరి తజ్జను కృతగలిగిత తత్తరి తజ్జను కృతగలిగితాయి కృతగలిగిత కృతగలిగితాయి కృతగలిగి తత్తరి తజ్జను తత్తరి తజ్జను తత్తరి తజ్జను కృతగలిగిత తత్తరి తజ్జను తత్తరి తజ్జను తత్తరి తజ్జను కృతగలిగితాయి తత్తరి తజ్జను కృతగలిగిత తత్తరి తజ్జను కృతగలిగితాయి
అవతరించి ఆదరించి లలిత కళల విలువ తెలిసి అవతరించి ఆదరించి లలిత కళల విలువ తెలిసి కూచిపూడి కళా విభవ జోసల్లో పులకరించి కూచిపూడి కళా విభవ జోసల్లో పులకరించి ఆనందం పొందది అవనిలోని సుజనులార సిద్ధేంద్రుని తపప్పలో ఇదే తెలుగు నృత్యకే ఆనందం పొందది అవనిలోని సుజనులార సిద్ధేంద్రుని తపప్పలో ఇదే తెలుగు నృత్యకే ఇదే తెలుగు నృత్యకెళ్ళి కంఠాంతర జన కోటికి కలుగ పారవస్యము కరతరాల నవ కళలను సంతరించుకున్న ఘనత గాలి సరిసనిది నిరిగరి గరి సని పనివా నిగరి గరి పని సని కరిసని పరిసని పగ కరిగ పని కంఠాంతర జన కోటికి కలుగ పారవస్యము తరతరాల నవ కళలను సంతరించుకున్న ఘనత చూసి బుధము పొందరే సిద్ధేంద్రుని తపప్పలో ఇదే తెలుగు నృత్యకే ఇదే తెలుగు నృత్యకేళి తక్కిట్ట తరిగిడతగ సప్తస్వరముల సత్కృతి పాడుచు కిన్నెరాంగనలు గతిలయనాడ తక్కిట్ట తక్కిట్ట తక్క తక్కిట్ట తక్క తక్కిట్ట తక్క దిమ్మి తక్కిట్ట తక్క దిమ్మి తక్కిట్ట తక్క దిమ్మి తక్క తక్కిట్ట తక్క దిమ్మి తక్క తక్కిట్ట తిరుగుదం తిరుగుదం సప్తస్వరముల సత్కృతి పాడుచు కిన్నెరాంగనలు గతిలయనాడ అభినయాంజల దివచిన సిద్ధేంద్రుని తపప్పలో ఇదే తెలుగు నృత్య ఇదే తెలుగు నృత్యకేళి అవనిలోని సుజనులార 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 dim tata dim dim tata dim tata da dim tata
dim tata chanu dim tata dim tata dim tata dim 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 tata dim tata dim tata dim tata then the chanu down then the chanu then the chanu then the chanu then the chanu then the chanu
శ్రీరాఘవం దశరథాత్మజం అప్రమేయం సీతాపతిం రఘుకులాన్వయ రత్నదీపం ఆజానుబాహం అరవిందదళాయతాక్షం రామా నిజా
దంధన దిమ్ధిమి దిమిత దికు దంధన దిమ్ధిమి దిమిత దికు తద్దికు తక కుందరి కిట తక తత్తారితకుం తకుందరి కిట తక తక్కిణం తక్కిణం తకిట తక తక్కిణం తక్కిణం తకిట తత్త దిక్కినం తరికడ తక జం తరికడ తక నం తరికడ తత్త దిక్కినం తరికడ తక జం తరికడ తక నం తరికడ తక తక్కిట్ట 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 తక్కిడ తక తుం తక్కిడ తక తుం తక్కిడ తక
దశరథవద కుమారుడవై దివి దశరథవద కుమారుడవై దివి దశరథవద కుమారుడవై దివి దశరథవద కుమారుడవై దివి దైవ కౌశియాగముగాచితివి దైవ కౌశియాగముగాచితివి రసికుడ సీతను పెళ్ళాడితివి రసికుడ సీతను పెళ్ళాడితివి రవికులమున బలవంతుడవైతివి రవికులమున బలవంతుడవైతివి
జం తక్కినాదిరి రాజా గతిజం జం తక్కినాదిరి రాజా గతిజం
అంతట వనవాసము చేసితివి అంతట వనవాసము చేసితివి ఆడినమయ మృగ వెంబడి పోతివి 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 తిరుతి తైది మన వశమనుకుంటివి తిరుతి తైది మన వశమనుకుంటివి
వేణు ధనం తకది తక్కిన వేణు ధనం తకది తక్కిన
జటాయుతిలు భగవిను మని అతనికి జటాయుతిలు భగవిను మని అతనికి జడని పదవిగా నొసగిన వెనుక పదవిగా నొసగిన వెనుక
తత్తై తెహిత్తతాం తత్తై తతదిగిన తత్తై తెహిత్తతాం తత్తై తతదిగిన
హనుమంతుని చే అభయము సగితివి హనుమంతుని చే అభయము సగితివి అల సుగ్రీవుని ఆదరించితివి అల సుగ్రీవుని ఆదరించితివి
తదరి ధరి తక్కిన తారిత తారిత జం తదరి ధరి తక్కిన తారిత తారిత జం
జయముగ వృక్షము చాటునను చాటునను
Tatanam tatahum tanam tatahum tatanam tatahum tanam tatahum
వానరసేనల దండు గూర్చితివి వానరసేనల దండు గూర్చితివి భారతి గట్టిగా పండితివి ఆ భారతి గట్టిగా పండితివి
Agadi gadi dum dada agadi dum gadi gadi dum dada agadi dum
శరణని వచ్చిన వాణిగా చితివి శరణని వచ్చిన వాణిగా చితివి హరి 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 రణ బిరుదు గట్టితివి హరి 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 రణ బిరుదు గట్టితివి
kita kita takata kita kita jam tak kita kita takata kita kita jam
అసురుని కులమెల కథము చేసితివి అసురుని కులమెల కథము చేసి అరయ కభయము కభయము
dam 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 dhana dhanu tadhinku dam 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 dhana dhanu tadhinku
లంకకెక్కి ఆ లంక గూర్చితివి లంకకెక్కి ఆ లంక గూర్చితివి అక్కలింటి రావణు దూచితివి అక్కలింటి రావణు దూచితివి
adhimita kita taka jhanu tari kita tam adhimita kita taka jhanu tari kita tam
పట్టము గట్టి విభీషణులు కలో పెట్టి వెడలు వెడలుడవై అట్టి అయోధ్య అయోధ్య అట్టి అయోధ్య అయోధ్య అట్టి అయోధ్య అయోధ్య అట్టి అయోధ్య అయోధ్య అట్టి అయోధ్య పట్టణమున మరి పట్టభద్రుడై ప్రబలిన రామ ఇట్టముగా పెరుందేవి గూడియు గట్టిగా భక్తులు పట్టు శుభములకి కట్టడి చేసిన హరివరద పెట్టెద 10,000 సాంగదంకు బహు పర్రకు రామ పర్రకు నీకు
నాదిరి దిరి నం దం దిరి దాదా దిరి దిరి తళంగు తదిగిన తం కిడతక తళంగు తదిగిన తం కిడతక తళంగు తదిగిన తం
चल भारत उठ भारत संग हमको चलना है धरती के हीरो को फिर से अब चमकना है चल भारत उठ भारत संग हमको चलना है धरती के हीरो को फिर से अब चमकना है आओ फिर से जाने कीमत क्या है मोटे दाने की लाभ जिसका पहुंचे सबको धरती और किसान को भी चलो फिर जगाए आशाओं के दाने की बदले खुद को कर ले वादा अब से अपना नहीं चल भारत उठ भारत संग हमको चलना है धरती के हीरो को फिर से अब चमकना है चल भारत उठ भारत संग हमको चलना है धरती के हीरो को फिर से अब चमकना है पोषण का सागर जिसमें ज्वार बाजरा है वो रागी कुटकी और चंदोरा आओ जाने क्या है वो तपती धूप में भी उगे ये जोर ज्यादा मांगे न जो अपना है आज उसे तो कल की सूरत बदल चल भारत उठ भारत संग हमको चलना है, धरती के हीरो को फिर से अब चमकना है। बात इतनी है समझनी, अब से इसको बोएंगे, खेतों के सोने को थालियों में संजोएंगे। चल भारत आओ जोड़े रंग नए स्वाद नए थाली में, बेनिरोगी काया ऐसी शक्ति हर दाने में। हम जो अपनाए से तो दे मुस्कान किसान को भी, वादा कर ले आज चलो सब अपनाएंगे आज से ही। चल भारत उठ भारत संग हमको चलना है, धरती के हीरो को फिर से अब चमकना है। बात इतनी है समझनी, अब से इसको बोएंगे, सोने को थालियों में संजोएंगे। चल भारत उठ भारत संग हमको चलना है, धरती के हीरो को फिर से अब चमकना है। बात इतनी है समझनी, अब से इसको सोने को थालियों में संजोएंगे।
Thank you, Ms. Soundarya and team. Let's give a big round of applause to Ms. Soundarya Kaushik and the bright little one, Ms. Ritvika, for their scintillating and beautiful performance, especially on the millets. I request our director, Madam Dr. C. Tara Satyavati, to present a small memento to the performers. Madam, please. I kindly request everybody to take your seats so that we are about to start the next technical session on a way forward for mainstreaming millets through state millet missions for food and nutritional security. For this session, I kindly invite Dr. Mrs. C. Tara Satyavati, Director ICAR IIMR, to please chair the session. Madam, I kindly request you to occupy the stage. I also request Mr. Mohammad Sahid, IFS, Chief Conservator of Forests, Chhattisgarh Minor Forest Products Federation, to also co-chair this session. I also like to invite our panelists, Mr. Ravindrajit Singh, Reliance Foundation, Madhya Pradesh, Mr. Shivkumar Sadafule, Deputy Director, Extension, Shri Dinesh Kumar, Joint Director, Agriculture, Uttarakhand, Mr. Louis Matthew, Additional Director of Agriculture, Kerala, and Mrs. Kalpana Pradhan, Scheme Officer, Odisha Millet Mission from Odisha, to kindly occupy the stage for the session.
Very good evening to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now here for the session 4, which is on a way forward for mainstreaming millets through state millet missions for food and nutrition security. And we have Mr. Mohammad Shahid, IFS, as our co-chair in this session. Welcome you, Dr. Sir. Welcome you, sir. And we also have panelists, Mr. Ravindrajit Singh from Reliance Foundation, Mr. Shivkumar Sadafule from Deputy Director Extension, then Sri Dinesh Kumarji, Mr. Louis Matthew, and Mrs. Kalpana Pradhan. So, as we all know that the millet promotion is just not done by one institution or one organization. Almost all organizations, public, private, NGOs, and many state governments, central government are all involved in promoting millets and taking up this international era of millets, and also trying to uplift the small scale farmers in dryland areas. And in this process, we have seen that many states have come up through millet missions. And of them, today morning also we heard that about 10 to 12 states are taking up millet missions. And to name few who are very successful in taking up these millet missions, we have Orissa, Chhattisgarh, then Tamil Nadu, and Karnataka, all these things, all these states which are taking up these millet missions in a very big way. We have Uttarakhand also, Kerala also, Odisha, all these things. So in order to know what are the things these state millet missions are doing and how they want to improve and how they want to take up millets in a big way, and what are the advantages or what are the benefits they got, or what are the roadblocks they have faced, and how they want to go ahead. We would like to listen from these different panelists coming from these different states where the state millet missions are in place. So we'll start with this, and before we take up the views of the panelists, I would like to listen or take some views from our co-chair. Okay, so thank you. So now we move on to the first panelist, Mr. Ravindrajit Singh from Reliance Foundation, Madhya Pradesh. Mr. Ravindrajit Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. So I'll be very brief because I have a flight to catch. So I'll just briefly share our thoughts and what work we have done. So Reliance Foundation is India's largest foundation, and we work across the country in almost every district in the country. And in the rural development program, we work across 8 states in the country. And within these 8 states, most of the areas are very backward areas, and we work in tribal areas with small and marginal farmers. And out of the 36 districts we work in, about 18 districts we have where the millet is a prominent crop in one of the other form. The case study I'm going to share here is not a typical case study where we promote millet on across the board, but it is from the state of MP. In the state of MP, we work across 15 districts, and out of that, I am going to share a case study of one district, which is Mandla. So Mandla is, as you know, is a predominantly tribal district, and Kodo and Kutki are very prominent, used to be very prominent crops. But we have seen over the years, the area has also declined, and the interest among the communities to either grow or consume the millet has also declined. So we actually formed a kind of a consortium where we brought in expertise from all the areas. So I'll tell you the background of that. So we formed a consortium between Reliance Foundation, GIZ, NABARD, HDFC Bank, Columbia University, and of course you and ICAR. So all these partners, all these consortium partners brought in their own strengths. And on the one hand, we commissioned a study from the Columbia University, US, which actually studied the reasons for the decline in consumption and also farmers' interest. Why the farmers growing the millets, or why they're not growing millets? Two, we also worked on a hypothesis that if we increase the farmer returns from the millets by various methods, by working on the value chain, the area under millets can be increased, and also that will lead to some interest among the family members. So 2-3 reasons why the millet area was going down was: one, the returns to farmers, in the current scheme of things, where they're kind of growing it on a subsistence basis, is that they are not taking it as a commercial crop. So the yield is very, very less. So if we give them better quality seeds, encourage, creation of seed banks on the ground, and also give them better package of practices, they can somehow take the yield from, say, typically 3 to 4 quintals to about 6 to 7 quintals. That's one. And in the case of minor millets, especially in the case of Kodo and Kutki, the major challenge is when they sell it to the middleman further gets it dehulled, and then they're able to get better prices. At the farmer end, at the farm gate prices, the rate that they get is very less, although the rates have gone up for the past few years, maybe 4 or 5 years. So what we have done is we have worked with NABARD and HDFC Bank to create smaller, dehulling centers where the farmers, as FPOs or individual farmers, that bring in their crop and get it dehulled, so that they're able to sell in a dehulled form. Third, we also got into with small SHG members, where they are able to further use that dehulled product to make into cookies or other value-added products, which can be sold in the further areas. On the other hand side, one, as a Reliance Foundation, we have helped those farmers or the FPO members to create a Mandla Millets brand, which we've created few processed food items in a packaged form, and that we are actually helping them sell across various retail chains. So in a way, what we have kind of enabled those community members is to work on various facets of the value chain and extract the value from wherever possible in that part of the value chain and plow it back to the farmers. And while we are doing this, we commissioned this action research study with the help of Columbia University. What they found out is very interesting. Although the area under millets has come down, the drudgery of the women is one of the main reasons why they don't, the kids don't consume millets. But also the kids don't consume millets because they don't like to consume that kadwa taste, the traditional taste. So now with the availability of better dehulled crops, better dehulled things, even the value-added products, hopefully we'll be able to, give a push to the consumption. We are also working with the WCD Department, Government of MP, where we are actually pushing them to include that as part of the midday meal scheme. And also other initiatives where we can help those farmers to get better value. This is a very brief case study I wanted to share with you to start with, so that we can, the main crux of the study, the work is that we have brought in all the stakeholders together, and they can chip in with their own expertise and get add value to the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ravinderjit Singh ji. I was told that and you have a flight to catch up, so we just would like to felicitate with a small memento before you leave this. So now we move on to our next presenter, next panelist, Mr. Shivkumar Sadafule. He's Deputy Director Extension. We would like to hear from you, Mr. Shivkumar.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to all. As you all know, Maharashtra is one of the leading millet growing state. And in Maharashtra, since last year, we are celebrating this International Year of Millet. In this, we have some sort of journey. We took, we did some splendid performances in field, executing our planning. Also, we work as a unit. All our departments are work together. In our ministry level, there are some committees were formed, which are doing all the plannings, and on the field level, there is a task force is prepared for all the executions we have to made. In millets, there are some challenges we are facing. Actually, the area of Maharashtra in millets is drastically decreasing since last 2 to 3 decades. And this is our main challenge to regain or revive our area, and pulling or attracting our farmers to this crop, because this crop has a high value. But in terms of economical situations, farmers wants their returns in terms of money. So there are some crops which are available as a supplementary crops, or as an alternative for millets, which are giving lot of money to farmers, and there is some sort of value chains are established. So farmers diverted or shifted towards those crops. This is our first challenge. Another challenge is that in our state there are majorly 5 to 6 millets are grown. Minor millets are not that much area. In that, jowar, bajra, ragi, foxtail, and amaranthus. These are the millets were taken in our state. So we are mainly focusing on that. We are also executing this millets, or dedicating this millets as a month of millet. Every month we are dedicated one millet, and celebrating this, and also this concept we want to percolate in our peoples in our state. During this journey, we are trying to bring idols which are working in this millet field, and they are getting lightened, and other farmers will get inspiration from them. Also, very nice support we have got from NGOs and our processors. In that, we just want to try to develop a model in which all the SHGs or the farmer producer companies which can come across and do some marvelous work in these millets. Then near about in the form of promotional activity, we did near about 60,000 programs we have taken till October end. and it's also running in the processing field. Maharashtra has a lot of potential, and our processors are eager to take this challenge. And for that, government of Maharashtra uh, uh, sanctioned near about 271 projects through PMFME, and 51 projects from SMART. That is a ambitious project which is ongoing in our Maharashtra since last 4 years. In that, end-to-end value chain development programs are going on, and there are freedom to farmers to from take the projects from production to marketing and processing also. So this is the huge opportunity for us. For that, we are trying hard. In the challenges, we are also facing one challenge, that in millet crops, varieties are not available that much, because due to this change or shift in the area, farmers are not getting those varieties which can produce more yield and get those incomes to the peoples. So this is one of our major challenge, that providing good quality of seeds and high yielding varieties to the farmers. So since this year is now comes to an end, so our ministry, our secretary sir, decided to go further and beyond this, as we see the tagline, International Year of Millets 2023 and beyond. Like that, we have another tagline, that is Shri Anna Nirantar, and our secretary sir just inaugurated that Shri Anna Nirantar Millets for Your Millets program in our agriculture university, Mahatma Phule Krishi Vidyapith Rahuri, on the 4th of November. And through this Shri Anna Nirantar, we are going to execute our plans, and also setting targets for us to achieve this increasing area, productivity enhancement, change in approach from as you all know, we are making extension work, and trying to maximize the production, and farmers will get income from that production. But now it's time to shift from area and production to creating demand, and this is the crux of this millet, that if demand is increased, then we can generate that income which farmers are looking for. Then continuous promotion and awareness campaigns, involvement of youngsters and kids, and our mothers, who is the household queen, which can make drastic change in our food habits and our livelihood life. And for our adoption of 7 sutras, which are set by our government of India. For this, we are trying that much hard, and we keep our oath for making this millet higher and higher, and go ahead with the guidance of everyone, and IIMR. Thank you, madam. Thank you, everyone. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you. Just now we heard from Mr. Ravinderjit Singh how they are putting all their efforts to bring back Kodo and Kutki in Madhya Pradesh. And now we heard from Mr. Shiv Kumar how Maharashtra government is also trying to bring back pearl millet, jowar and ragi. And the problem which you mentioned, that you do not have suitable varieties, we do have cultivars which have been identified for suitable for growing in Maharashtra. Only thing is probably before the start of season, maybe a couple of months before, if you can approach us, we'll just guide you, and also we can give you the source from where you can get the seed. The seed is definitely available, and also 2-3 agriculture universities which are there located in Maharashtra are also involved in our All India Coordinated Research projects on pearl millets, sorghum and small millets. So I think we can just address that issue. So thank you for bringing out this important point. Now we move on to Mr. Muhammad Shahid, IFS from Chhattisgarh, where Chhattisgarh also has done wonderful work in promotion of millets. Let us hear from Mr. Muhammad Shahid. Over to you.
In Chhattisgarh, this millet mission started in 2001. The main aim was to give farmers, tribals, to their genuine genuine value of this millet. For this, state level coordination committee is formed, headed by Chief Secretary. And the main aim of this mission was that to increase the area of cultivation of millets and productivity per hectare of the area. And it was aimed that within 5 years, the area will be doubled and the productivity, which is 5.5 quintal per acre, and it should be 11 quintal per acre. With this aim, the mission started, and the objective is to promote millet-based livelihood in the state and to procure the millet with support price. The state government had decided support price for 3 types of millets, and to promote processing and the consumption of the product. How we can help them to consume these millet products. For production, to increase production, the government had decided to distribute certified feed to the farmers, to create demonstration plots for high productivity, and the state government is giving subsidy for 9,000 per acre to the farmers, and crop loan without interest is giving to the farmers. And for procurement with minor forest products is procuring these millets with the help of cooperative societies, which are in the 3 tiers, in village level, district level, and state level. And in village level, with the help of SSGs, more than 3,000 SSGs are working in collection of these millets. They are getting this incentives commission on their collection. And the state is going for processing also. 12 primary processing are working in our state, and we are going for this major 5,000 metric ton capacity unit is established in this one district of Chhattisgarh with PPP model, and small units is in every district is working. And if production is more, then for processing, we are going for private uh, private this private privatizing this and going for tender and for this processing, we give private people, private industries for processing of millets. And for marketing, we are e-tendering, e-auction, and sale at fixed price. And also, these millet products are sale at by in the brand of Chhattisgarh Herbals and Sanjeevani Networks and other C-marts in the state. For consumption, the state had decided to use these millets in midday meals, ready-to-eat food in Anganwadi, public distribution outlets, and this jail and armed forces. This state is promoting for their sale and consumption. And with the help of IIMR, new products developments is going on. And for till now, kodo khichdi, kudki, kheer, ragi, millet laddu are we are making. And with the help of Millet Cafe, we are consuming these millets. And now we are looking forward for partnership with technical institutes for higher productivity in cultivation, new product development, new processing technologies, millet-based research and extension, millet promotion, and also for PP model for establishing industries. These are few points for this millet mission of Chhattisgarh. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammad Shahidji, for bringing out very important points from the Chhattisgarh Millet Mission. We understand that your state government is very keen in promoting millets through introducing minimum support price for the minor millets, which is nowhere in the country. And also you people were pioneering in giving providing incentivization for the farmers who are taking up millet cultivation. And also in apart from introducing MSP, you also are procuring them and then assuring that the millets are bought back and giving the income to the farmers so that they'll be sufficiently awarded to continue the millet cultivation. This is really a appreciable step, and we really appreciate all the efforts taken by the state government. And IMR is closely working with Chhattisgarh in their millet mission, and definitely will be continuing that. So now we move on to Shri Dinesh Kumar, Joint Director Agriculture from Uttarakhand, to listen about your experiences in millets.
Respected dignitaries in the dais and ladies and gentlemen, I am Dinesh Kumar, Joint Director from Uttarakhand. Before coming to millet mission, I am giving some brief information of agriculture in Uttarakhand. In Uttarakhand, we have total 5.93 lakh hectare area under agriculture, and wheat is our largest area zone crop. Paddy comes after wheat, which have about 2.25 lakh hectare area. And third one is ragi, which has almost 85,000 hectare area. And total millets in Uttarakhand is around 1.25 lakh hectare area we have. And major millets in Uttarakhand is finger millet. Second one, which is barnyard millet, which is a minor millet. Third one, amaranthus, which it is a pseudo millet. And two more minor millets like foxtail and proso millet, which has very small areas. But the best thing is that out of 5.93 lakh hectare area, we have 2.30 lakh hectare area, which comes under organic. And we are the largest organic millet producing state. And Uttarakhand has made his own organic act in 2009 and became the first state who made his own organic act. Now comes to our millet mission. As I told you that we have three millets. Mainly we are focusing on them like ragi, sawa, and amaranthus. We have almost, as I told you, that 85,000 hectare area, which comes under ragi, and our productivity is in ragi is around 15 quintal per hectare, which is above than our national average. Our sawa barnyard millet productivity, which area is around 40,000 hectare area, and our productivity is around 16 quintal per hectare. And amaranthus area is 5,000 hectare we have, and our productivity is around 13 quintal per hectare. And this year we have launched our state millet mission, and we are focusing mainly on 4 components and 3 departments involving in this process. And main components are promotion of millets and productivity increase, which agriculture department is looking. Third one is procurement, which will be done by cooperative department. And third one, marketing or distribution, it will be done by food and supply department. And we are main focus, we are trying to procure 1,60,000 quintal ragi on MSP, which is declared by the central government 38.46 rupees per kg. And we are giving 150 rupees per quintal incentive to women self-help groups to collect the ragi in their villages. And we are ensuring that within 72 hours, they will get the price. And after that, after collection of the ragi, we will distribute through PDS system to our 9.30 lakh ration card holders. And Government of India has given us permission to collect in free of cost. And this is our main, this is our first year. So after that, collection is going on, and it maybe it will become a Herculean task to us to collect 1,60,000 quintal ragi, because when government declare the MSP, private players come into field and suddenly hike the price, 45 to 50 rupees. They are procuring from directly to farmers, not give to government, give to us. But still we are trying to procure, and after that we will distribute it through our PDS system. It's all over our millet mission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shri Dinesh Kumarji. So here we see some interesting facts. When the government is coming forward to procure, the private players are pitching in. So that shows that the demand for millets is increasing, and this is a good news for all. Maybe this is a short-term setback for the government to procure, but still we see that there is a big scope for the farmer to sell his produce at a higher price. So this is one encouraging news and one point we get from you. And we hope and wish you the best for the upcoming state millet mission in the coming years, and wish that the Uttarakhand mission also will go in a long way. The millet mission will go in a long way. Thank you. So now we move on to Mr. Louis Matthew, Additional Director of Agriculture from Kerala.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to all. During 2021-22 fourth advance estimate, Kerala ranked 20th position in millet production in India. In the same year, we have exported 364.57 metric ton of millets, 10th among states in India. We exported to Qatar, USA, UAE, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait and all Gulf countries. His source is DGCIS. In Kerala, now we have around 1,200 hectares of millet cultivation. But as a part of International Year of Millet 2023, we had started many projects on millets. During 2017 itself, we had a millet village at Palakkad district, where tribal population is more, the Agali, Sholayur and Padur district, Padur area. 192 tribal hamlets were given the seeds and made a millet village in Palakkad district, and we established a mini processing unit in Palakkad district. Now we have some new projects under area expansion of millets under RKVY. We are planning to plant 3,500 hectares of millet under RKVY and 425 hectares of in under state sector schemes. In Kerala, there are 14 districts. Out of that, Palakkad, as I told, it is a tribal district, majority district, where in Palakkad itself, 1,940 hectares are, we are planning to start millet, and in all other districts, 120 hectares, and 13 districts, 120 hectares millet we are going to start. We are providing 20,000 rupees per hectare for millet crop for cultivation. And adaptive trials. We are signed an MOU with IIMR on 13/10/2023, and with the help of IIMR, we are going to start 152 adaptive trials. We have 152 blocks in Kerala, and with 1 acre, the trial area is 1 acre, and we are giving 25,000 for 1 acre of adaptive trials. And Kerala state, we are mainly growing finger millet, and we are planning to, it is most suitable for Kerala, and state maybe official millet of Kerala. We are planning to make finger millet as official millet of Kerala. And there is not only production, we are planning for mini processing unit, 6 numbers with 20 lakhs, and 120 lakhs is earmarked for that. And technology transfer, we provide 20 lakhs. Millet cafe, under each district we are planning to open millet cafes. 5 lakhs are earmarked for each millet cafe, that is 70 lakhs for whole state. And establishment of incubation center at Kanjikuri block of Alappuzha district, 50 lakhs we are earmarked for establishing an incubation center come processing at Alappuzha district. And also we have Kerala Grow brand, Kerala's own brand. At present, we are having so many products on Kerala Grow brand. Even state agriculture department farms produce are available under Kerala Grow brand, and it is available in Amazon and Flipkart. Now we are planning to make branding of millets, and planning to start millet cafe and millet branded shop also for millets and other products. As panelists, some earlier panelists told, we have plan of we have collaboration with and signed an MOU with IIP also. That means Indian Institute of Packaging. And for millet also, we are planning to make help of IIP for packaging process and making it more attractive for selling and all. And Kerala now is giving thrust for millet cultivation and its processing, value addition and all. And we are going to give more importance for production of millets from this year of International Millet Year and coming years. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Matthew. Yes, we know that recently Kerala has come up with the millet mission, and also you are trying to open up millet cafes in different districts. So we hope all the Keralites would be able to enjoy the millet dishes. And for your information, we are also coming up with some products with millets and fish together, because we understand that Kerala is a fish eating state, more enjoyed delicacy. So we thought of bringing both millets and fish together. Let us see how it will be impacting, and how the consumers would be enjoying that. So let us hope there will be more encouraging results for the next years. So now we move on to the champions in the millet missions, that is Odisha. So over to you, Mrs. Kalpana Pradhan. She's a scheme officer of Odisha Millet Mission.
Thank you, ma'am. So first of all, I would like to thank IIMR and Nutri Hub for giving Odisha the opportunity to represent in this platform. So as ma'am said, the champion in millet promotion. So Odisha Millet Mission, the scheme was implemented during 2017, and with the principle of inclusivity, nutrition security, and gender equity. So with this principle, we started this mission, and during that time, it was thought that as this millet are grown in tribal areas, this is traditionally grown in tribal areas, the scheme name was Special Program for Promotion of Millets in Tribal Areas. So in the scheme, the program implementation was divided into 3 parts. First is program, then second is procurement, and third is distribution. So in the program implementation, Here, the total implementation, facilitation, and coordination was being done through the grassroots NGOs. They are involved as the key stakeholders. And when one program was started, how this program is going on, whether it is on the right track or whether we need any policy changes. For that, we involved NCDS, that is the Navakrishna Chaudhary Center for Development Studies, who does the evaluation study for the program. And in the overall program implementation, we collaborated with many stakeholders like the Department of Mission Shakti, the Department of Planning and Convergence, then the Department of School and Mass Education, Department of Health, and many stakeholders who are the key stakeholder for promotion of millets. And in the program, how the farmers, the key benefits should be given to the farmers, how it could be done. So the program was designed like that, how this the incentive would be given to the farmers. So 5-year reduced incentive has been given to the farmers. And in the program, SSGs are involved as a main and key stakeholders who does the promotion part, awareness part, like they are doing the Millet Shakti cafes, the outlets, they are doing the village level campaigns. So in the program, there are different types of activities are being done, and where all the stakeholders at grassroots level are being involved. So during 2017-18, when the program was started, it was started with 7 districts and 30 blocks, but gradually it was extended to many districts, and now in 2023, it has been extended to all the 30 districts covering 177 blocks. And in the program, we have taken up some key activities like with the main objective of like promotion of household level consumption, promotion of local land races, revalorization of tribal food cultures, and then how the processing unit can be set up, and how the marketability, the FPO strengthening can be done, and how the value addition can be done, and overall how the distribution in different welfare programs can be done. So with these measure 8 objectives, the program was started, and gradually it has been extended to many areas, many corner of the state, and then how the program can be implemented in a massive way, how the awareness can be done. So for that, the grassroots level NGOs, the FPOs, the mothers, the students, everybody are involved in the program. And second thing, the procurement. So as some of the states are state representative are telling that procurement is a major part of the program. So in our state also, we are doing the procurement. So during 2018, the procurement program was started, and gradually we have extended it to include that procurement program as one of the main program. So during 2018, when it was started, the procurement target was only 17,000 quintal, but last year our target was 6 lakh quintal, and this year we have a target of 8 lakhs quintal to be procured. And during 2017, when the program was started, the yield in Odisha state, the yield of millet, particularly the ragi, was 6.4 quintal, and now it has been enhanced to 14.9 quintal, near about 15 quintal per hectare. And the third one, that is the distribution. So in welfare programs, how it can be distributed. For that program, we took preschool children. So in 2 districts, Keonjhar and Sundargarh, in the 2 districts, we took the preschool children, and ragi laddu is being served to them as a snacks, as a morning snacks twice in a week. So 1.5 lakh children are being served as ragi laddu as a morning snacks in their Anganwadi centers, and 60 FPOs and SSGs are involved in preparation of that ragi laddu. And gradually, when the program extended to all the 30 districts, so as of now, 120 NGOs are involved in the program, 150 FPOs are involved, and 1,500 WSSG groups are involved in the program. And like that Millet Shakti Cafe. So we have a brand, that Millet Shakti, that is a collaboration of Odisha Millet Mission and Millet Shakti, that is Mission Shakti groups. So in that brand, we have already established 173 Millet Shakti tiffin centers, then 8 Millet Shakti cafes, 6 outlets, and 4 Millet Shakti on wheels. So the program is being one of the main flagship program of the state. And apart from that, we have done a significant work, that is the land race promotion. So this year itself, we have released 4 land races. So our director IIMR is also involved in that program. So in that promotion of land race, so we have released 4 land races from the Koraput region, that Malkangiri region of our state, where the local land races are being in demand, and that is being cultivated as one of the key varieties in that areas. So apart from that, there are many key stakeholders where we have collaborated, like IIMR, CFTRI, Indian Institute of Packaging, and there are many more institution organizations. We need their helps and support for promotion of these programs. So apart from this, we have also prepared one policy roadmap for next 10 years. So during this year itself, in the November 9th, 10th, we have hosted the International Convention on Millets, where we have organized a massive program where 32 sessions on millets has been organized. And in that program, we have already taken an oath that we will definitely prepare one roadmap to take these millets to a higher level. And in this program, we will definitely definitely need the help of IMR, CFTRI, and other organization, Nutri Hub, because at this point of time, we have only one challenge, that is the setting up of processing units at Odisha. Because at this point of time, we are reasonably good at production. The yield potential is being increased, but need to set up processing units where we can do another key achievements where we can put our efforts. So we'll definitely need the help of all these organizations. So once again, I would like to thank NutriHub, IMR, and all the key stakeholders, all the organization, everybody who are present over here and giving us the opportunity to speak few words on Odisha Millet Mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kalpana Pradhan. We all have witnessed how Odisha has progressed. Odisha Millet Mission has progressed starting from 2017 to the present day. And if you see the take-home messages from all these millet missions is, first, they are trying to increase the area, then increase the production and productivity of these millet varieties, and then also come up with millet cafes, give MSPs, then procure them, and also have their own way of PDS in their respective states to increase millet area production and productivity. Here, I would like to put one more point. We are seeing how the government at the central level is trying to promote millets and take millets ahead and try to improve the nutritional security of the country. In our country, agriculture is the state subject. Unless and until the state governments come forward to take these millet promotional activities, millets will not be sustained in the country. So I think now we have 10+2 millet machines in the state, in the country. Remaining 20 states still have to come forward to have the millet mission and then take this international year of millets forward. Otherwise, we'll be just ending up with only few states. I think maybe in the coming years, when other states see the progress in these states who have adopted these millet missions, I think they will also learn something from these states who have pioneered in the millet mission and would learn something and promote these millets and try to increase the nutritional security of the country. In fact, this is a very well organized panel discussion, and I really appreciate and congratulate all the panelists for bringing out various activities taken up in your respective states under millet missions. And you have given very good information and also provided a platform for cross-learning to other states who are taking up their millet missions in their respective states. Any questions or any points someone would like to make? Our co-chair, would you like to make any comments, sir? Any questions from the audience? If not, so we thank all the panelists for giving wonderful contribution in their opinion and views. And thank you all. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, madam, for the concluding remarks. As we come to the end of the session for day one, I thank the session chair, Dr. Tara Satyavati, Director IIMR, and Dr. Mohammad Shahid, Chief Conservator of Forests, Chhattisgarh, for the important remarks on the emerging roadmaps for millets way beyond 2023. And I also thank the panelists for deliberating their appreciable pitch initiatives and cross learnings from their respective state millet missions. So before we wind up for the day, I humbly request Dr. Mohammad Sahid, chair of the session, to present a memento as a gesture of our gratitudeness to the panel members. Please. I request you, sir, to kindly present the memento to Mr. Ravinderjeet Singh. Sorry, he is left. To Mr. Shivkumar Sadafule. To Shri Dinesh Kumar, Joint Director, Agriculture, Uttarakhand. To Mr. Lewis Matthew, Additional Director of Agriculture, Kerala. And to Mrs. Kalpana Pradhan, Scheme Officer, Odisha Millet Mission. I also request our Director, Madam, to present the memento to our co-chair, Mr. Mohammad Sahid, IFS Chief Conservator of Forests, Chhattisgarh. I request you, Madam, to present the memento to Mr. Mohammad Sahid, IFS. So I once again thank all the dignitaries for their time and successful completion of all the sessions for the day one of INCC 5.0. I also thank our rapporteurs, Dr. Sangappa and Dr. Srinivas, for this session. Thank you all. I would highly appreciate if the participants be seated for the Nukkad Natak and a small cultural program after this session. Thank you. The cultural program is about to start in some 10 minutes. So I kindly request all the participants to be seated, please. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. So the students of IHM are requested to come near the stage. You'll be performing next. So there'll be 2 events by these students. I request all of you to be seated. Probably you will have your beautiful evening. You can enjoy this dance and then Nukkad Natak and then go with go happily. मैं यहीं पे स्टेज में सर, आप स्टेज के पास आइए सर, स्टेज के पास। हाँ, यहाँ पे डायरेक्ट
अक्कड़ बक्कड़ बॉम्बे बो, अक्कड़ बक्कड़ बॉम्बे बो, अक्कड़ बक्कड़ बॉम्बे बो, अक्कड़ बक्कड़ बॉम्बे बो, अक्कड़ बक्कड़ बॉम्बे बो। हे भगवान, क्या हालत हो गया है हमारा। एक दिन बारिश नहीं, एक दिन धूप नहीं, पूरे पौधे मुरझा गए हैं और इन कीड़ों ने पूरा खेत खराब कर चुका है। इतनी मेहनत करके क्या फायदा। अब इस स्थिति में हमारी मदद कौन करेगा।
आ गया हूँ मैं हूँ मिलेट मार्वल और मैं एक सुपर हीरो हूँ और कोई ऐसा वैसा सुपर हीरो नहीं। अगर मैंने मेरे बारे में बताना शुरू किया तो तुम्हारा मुंह खुला का खुला रह जाएगा।
दिखने में तो तुम बड़े अजीब लगते हो और अपने बातों से भी। चलो ठीक है, और बताओ अपने बारे में कि तुम अपने आप को मिलेट मार्वल कह रहे हो।
बताऊंगा। हमारे बारे में ज्यादा लोगों को पता नहीं है। मुझ में आयरन, जिंक, पोटेशियम के साथ साथ ढेर सारे फाइबर्स है और मैं इंसानों को कैंसर, मधुमेह और आर्थराइटिस जैसी बीमारियों से दूर रखता हूँ, इसलिए मैं सुपर हीरो हूँ।
अरे वाह, तुम तो सही में सुपर हीरो हो। तुम वाकई में मिलेट मार्वल हो।
इतना ही नहीं, हमारी पूरी की पूरी आर्मी है, जानना चाहोगे?
बताओ।
मैं हूँ पर्ल मिलेट यानी बाजरा। मुझमें मैग्नीशियम है और मैं माइग्रेन को दूर रखती हूँ।
मैं हूँ फॉक्सटेल मिलेट, मुझमें ग्लूकोज है। मैं मधुमेह को दूर करता हूँ। हृदय संबंधित समस्याओं में मुझे खाने से दूर हो जाते हैं।
और मैं हूँ फिंगर मिलेट यानी रागी। सबसे ज्यादा अच्छा गुण तो मुझ में ही है। मैं हड्डियों को मजबूत करता हूँ और और मैं तंदुरुस्त रखता हूँ और कॉन्स्टिपेशन जैसे बीमारियों को दूर करता हूँ।
अरे देखो नाटक को।
खाने में स्वाद जरूरी है, मुंह बंद रखने की क्या जरूरत, पता नहीं कल क्या हो जाए। इसलिए जो मन किए वो खाना चाहिए, चाहे वो पिज्जा हो या बर्गर।
हाँ सही कहा है, स्वाद तो जरूरी है। सही कहा तुमने, कल क्या हो किसको क्या पता। इसलिए हमें अपनी सेहत का ध्यान रखना चाहिए। खाना भले ही कितना ही स्वादिष्ट क्यों ना हो, लेकिन सेहत जरूरी है। आने वाली समस्याओं को दूर रखने के लिए हमें अच्छा और स्वास्थ्य से भरा हुआ भोजन करना चाहिए।
अरे वाह, आपने भी सही कहा है, स्वस्थ भी बहुत जरूरी है।
स्वादिष्ट खाना खा के तो हमारा मन खुश हो जाए। अगर मन खुश हुआ तो हम खुश, खुशी से बढ़कर स्वस्थ क्या हो सकता है।
बात तो सही है।
खुशी से बढ़कर इस दुनिया में कुछ नहीं, लेकिन वो खुशी कैलोरीज के द्वारा नहीं बल्कि अच्छे खाने के साथ आना चाहिए। आजकल के समय में मन खुश करने वाले खानों की वजह से ओबेसिटी और छोटे ही उम्र में हार्ट अटैक जैसी गंभीर समस्याएं हो रही है, और इसके साथ ही साथ स्ट्रेस जैसे मानसिक बीमारियां भी हो रही हैं। इन सब को दूर रखने के लिए हमें अपनी सेहत का ख्याल रखना चाहिए, और इसकी शुरुआत होगी अच्छा खाना खाने से।
अरे वाह, ये हुई ना बात, बिल्कुल ठीक कहा है आपने। अब से स्वस्थ खाओ और स्वस्थ रहो।
अरे वाह, डोसा, वो भी मिलेट से बना हुआ है, कितना अच्छा है।
ये देखो लड्डू, मोतीचूर लड्डू से कोई कम नहीं है।
ये उपमा कितना टेस्टी है। अरे भाई, अगर ऐसा उपमा रोज मिले तो उंगलियां चाट खाएंगे।
सुनो 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 सुनो, क्या कहना है, प्रकृति का क्या है। मैं हूँ इस देश का मिट्टी। सारे किसान वही फसलें उगा रहे हैं। इतने सालों से एक ही तरह के फसलें उगाते उगाते मैं थक चुका हूँ।
मैं हूँ हवा। हाँ, मैं भी सब जगह एक ही तरह के फसलें देखता हूँ। इन किसानों को मिलेट्स के बारे में पता नहीं है क्या? ऐसे फसलें क्यों नहीं उगाते?
मैं हूँ प्रकृति, सही कहा तुमने। मुझे भी मिलेट्स उगाते हुए देखने का बहुत ही मन लग रहा है, लेकिन क्या करे, कोई खाते नहीं, इसलिए हमारे किसान निराश है और उगाते नहीं।
ऐसा कैसे नहीं खाते? अरे यह तो मानव स्वास्थ्य के लिए बहुत अच्छा है, और इसे उगाना इतना मुश्किल भी नहीं है। बस सबको मिलेट के बारे में जानकारी होना जरूरी है। चलो, अब तुम्हें मेकओवर की जरूरत है।
अरे मैं तो इसके लिए कब से इंतजार कर रहा हूँ, पता नहीं वो दिन कब आएगा।
लगता है मुझे अभी अपने इरादे बदल लेने चाहिए। मुझे भी मिलेट उगाने चाहिए, परंतु मुझे इसके बारे में ज्यादा कुछ पता नहीं है। मेरी मदद कौन करेगा?
मैं हूं ना, मैं करूंगा तुम्हारी मदद। चिंता मत करो, यहाँ चारों तरफ मिलेट की फसलें होगी। चलो।
हम स्वादिष्ट भी है और पौष्टिक भी। हमारे घर में हर जगह ये खाना बनता है, बस हमारे बारे में ज्यादा लोग को जानकारी नहीं है। क्या हम कर सकते हैं? 2 मिनट खाएंगे और स्वस्थ रहेंगे। मिलेट खाओ, स्वस्थ रहो, तंदुरुस्त रहो।
Well, that was a wonderful, show put up by students of IIHM. I think the last but not least for the day, we have one small dance performance by the students of the same college. So it's a fusion dance by students of IIHM. So I think we'll welcome them with a big round of applause. Over to you. Please come.
Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Carissa, Carissa, Carissa. C'est comme si, c'est comme ça. Ma chérie, la 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 la. Carissa, Carissa, Carissa. Les babadali, babadita.
ना माना लेकिन उस पर कैसे कोई हट गया मन से लिपट अनजाना बोल अंग सा रूप रंग ले समाधि प्रेम भंग अंग अंग फिर मन में तंग और तंग अंग और मुरली की सुररात्रि के मुरली की सुररात्रि के मुरली की सुररात्रि के
Activities. One such event was, Millet Cooking Challenge, wherein students from at least, 8 to 9 institutes from different states across the country had participated, and about 50 of them, were part of this particular event, and about 4 of them have been finalized or shortlisted. So they would be, given award tomorrow during the Poshak Anaj Award ceremony. So I think the team IIHM deserves a big round of applause for whatever they have done. So thank you all. Thank you. And I think special mention to to their coordinator, madam, and best wishes to all the students. I think it was a good time having you all here. Have a good day.